Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for September 17th, 2020. Before we go to roll call with our Planning Commission Secretary, Ms. Rydell, I'd like to ask Ms. Kokinda to please bring the slide on that shows the members of the public how they can participate with the Planning Commission today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you're joining us by webinar and you wish to comment on either during general public comment or on a particular agenda item, you may do so by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. You only need to click the icon one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. Everyone will have 2 minutes to speak, and your time cannot be donated to another person. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Now I'd like to ask the commissioners to please turn on their webcams. And once that takes place, then we're going to go to our Planning Commission Secretary, Ms. Rydell, to take the voice roll call for today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin the roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed. Absent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to preliminary matters, and that's to Ms. DeBusk. And the first one is to see if we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have none.
Very good. Do we have any announcements or appeals?
We have no announcements, no appeals.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to bring it back to the commissioners. If you would please turn on your webcams. We have one item for review, consideration, and action, and that's our Planning Commission meeting minutes from September 3rd. So let's go to that documentation. Of course, all of the content from that meeting is important, but I want to ask the commission to please look very carefully at the 5 straw poll votes associated with the accessory dwelling unit ordinance amendment item. Since the council is taking up these amendments, we want to make sure that our actions were properly documented. Does anybody have any suggestions for or requests for revisions, of course, on any of these pages, but with particular attention to the 5 straw poll votes? No concerns, no requests for any edits. They look fine to me, but it always helps to have additional pairs of eyes on these sorts of things. So I don't see any commissioners wanting to make any changes, needed changes. So would someone like to make a motion to approve the September 3rd meeting minutes? Okay, Commissioner Higgins made the motion. Very good. Commissioner Wiscombe seconded the motion. Any discussion on that motion? Very good. Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on that motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin the voice call vote. Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed is absent, and Chair Schwartz?
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So if all the commissioners would turn off their webcams and please mute themselves of all your devices, and that is both computer and phone, we're going to go to our first item. Let's go ahead and read that into the record. Excuse me one moment, I'll turn to that page. This is a new item, and it's application of Tony Tomasello, RRM Design Group, agent for Hughes Land Holding Trust, owner of 635 East Gutierrez Street. Ms. Kokinda, I know why you're back on because
Yes,
I
I'm
overlooked an
sorry.
item.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Excuse me, applicants for that item, if you would please hold tight for a moment. We're going to come back to see if we have any general public comment. That is public commenters both waiting in queue and if we've received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is for general public comment for items not on the agenda. And if you wish to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon. You only need to click on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel one time, and a red arrow facing down indicates a raised hand. Madam Chair, I do not see any raised hands at this time, and I would just like to ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair. No, we did not receive any general written correspondence prior to this hearing.
Okay. And back to you, Chair Schwartz.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to the first item, which is again a new item. I'm going to read it into the record, and after I do that, we're going to go to staff, that is Ms. Kennedy, the project planner, for a presentation, and then we'll go to the applicant for a presentation. Following that, we'll see if there are any public commenters looking to speak to us on the matter, and then we'll bring it back to the commission. So let me reread this new item into the record. It's an application of Tony Tomasello, RRM Design Group, agent for Hughes Land Holding Trust, owner of 635 East Gutierrez Street. With that, Ms. Kennedy, are you ready to make the staff presentation to us today?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Just get set up here. So I will be presenting the staff presentation. I also wanted to let you know that we have Alelia Parento from our city's energy and climate program available as well. She'll be available for questions. If you have any bigger type energy related questions, she can help out with those. Okay, so we'll start the presentation. Thank you very much. The project is a proposed battery energy storage facility proposed for 635 East Gutierrez Street. As you can see on the vicinity map, the project site's located at the corner of North Quarantina Street and East Gutierrez Street. Next slide, please. So here is an aerial photo showing the project site. You'll see in the surrounding areas, it's a mix of uses, mostly industrial uses, some residential to the southeast, and then directly to the east is in that gray area, you see the Southern California Edison substation. Next slide, please. Here's a closer view of the project site. First of all, the whole site will be demolished. All the buildings and pavement will be removed for the proposed project. Just note here that you can see along the Quarantina Street frontage, there's no sidewalk. Cars are parked right up to the property line. Currently, no sidewalk or parkway. Next slide, please. Some more photos of the existing site. The one on the left is the photo looking at the corner of the project site. And then to the right of that is just further down Quarantina Street. Next slide. And some slides of the existing situation here on Gutierrez Street. Looking towards the site, there's some existing street trees, an existing tree right on the corner of the lot to remain. And then the photo to the right, just a photo of the existing building that's currently set back 10 feet from the property line. The proposed building also would be at that location as well, 10 feet back. Next slide. So the project before you today has applied for the following applications: a development plan to allow the construction of the 9,260 square foot non-residential building with 2,348 square feet of net new non-residential floor area, and also a conditional use permit to allow the public works and utilities use in the manufacturing and industrial zone. Next slide. So here is the proposed site plan for the project. As I said, it's a new 9,260 square foot building. Essentially, it's a large building that will contain racks of batteries and other electrical equipment. The developer, ES Volta, has a contract with Southern California Edison to store energy on the site, and then in return, SCE would purchase the energy from the facility. The applicant will be presenting in their presentation much more detail on the way this would work. The site plan does not show any parking spaces. However, there is a turnaround area and a driveway to facilitate any loading and unloading needed at the loading docks. It's an unmanned facility that will be monitored remotely. No permanent employees will be at the site, although employees may come and go to service and maintain the facility. There are many public improvements as part of this project. On East Gutierrez Street, there's the removal of the driveway and then the infill of new sidewalk. Some new street trees along the East Gutierrez Street as well. And then on Quarantina Street, there would be a new driveway apron, brand new sidewalk where none exists currently, new parkway, and new street trees. Next slide, please. This shows the landscape site plan, shows you where the new proposed street trees are to be located, some landscaping areas in the driveway turnaround area. You'll see that there's a location of a trash enclosure for any future change in use. They're just showing that that would be able to be accommodated in that area. Next slide. So staff did look at the zoning ordinance to determine whether this project is consistent or not. The project does meet the building height and setback requirements, including that 10-foot wide street widening setback on Gutierrez Street. The use classification for this battery storage project was determined to be public works and utilities, and this use is allowed in any zone with a conditional use permit. Parking for these uses are determined by the Community Development and Public Works Directors or designees. In this case, no parking is required for this unmanned facility. However, we have added as a condition of approval in your staff report, condition B2, that is added so that if the project does change in the future and it does require parking, that can be evaluated at that time. And the project is consistent with the growth management program in that it requires a development plan for the approval of the existing, of the 2,348 square feet of net new floor area being requested. Next slide. Staff provides more detail in the staff report regarding the general plan consistency. However, we've listed them here, feel that the project is consistent with these different elements and sections of the elements and policies, including the land use element, environmental resources element related to energy efficiency and renewable energies, the noise element, and also the safety element in regard to hazard reduction, risk evaluation, fire hazard reduction, all that part of the design of the project. Development and flood area, they've been required to raise the building above the base flood elevation, and they're dealing with a small contamination on the site as well. Next slide, please. So the project did go to ABR for design review, for concept review. At that time, they determined that the compatibility analysis criteria were met, that the general mass, bulk, and scale of the project is appropriate for the site and location. They did suggest that a new fence be added. So in the top rendering where the driveway is, there's some utilities above ground located there. And the ABR suggested that these be fenced and some landscaping in front of a fence to screen those. So when they go back to ABR, they would need to address those issues. The ABR also mentioned that they would not like the roof equipment to be visible, and it's my understanding that there is a parapet that would be screening any roof. And then you could go back to the other slide, please, again. So with the glazing, the ABR had a little concern about what type of glazing, so they suggested that they come in with different samples. You can see there's some window glazing on the Gutierrez Street side, so they'd like to look more carefully at that. Okay, you can skip the next slide and then go on to the one following. Thank you. The project does qualify as for an exemption under 15332 infill development projects. This is the criteria here, that the project is consistent with applicable general plan designation and the zoning designation and regulations. The development occurs within the city limits on a site of no larger than 5 acres surrounded by urban uses. The project site has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. That the approval of the project would not result in any significant effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality, and that the site can be adequately served for all required utilities and public services. Next slide, please. So staff did analyze these 4 areas that I just mentioned: traffic, noise, air quality, and water quality. In regard to traffic and transportation, the project is consistent with the pedestrian master plan. There's a net decrease in vehicle miles traveled, and then the project would meet all design standards related to any potential hazards and emergency access related to transportation. In regard to noise, there was a study that was prepared and submitted as part of this project. In regard to the rooftop equipment, determined that it would not be a noise impact. And then the standard noise conditions of approval have been applied to this project. In regard to air quality, there are no operational emissions as part of the project, and then the standard construction conditions of approval related to air quality and grading have been added to the project. And the SWIMP Tier 3 requirements are applicable to this project, and the hydrology report that was submitted addresses all those Tier 3 requirements. Next slide. Staff did look at other issue areas. The applicant submitted a phase 1 environmental site assessment report, also prepared a work plan, and then an investigation report with recommendations were submitted. These have been incorporated into the project, and they are described in the conditions of approval. Also, in regard to archaeological resources, a phase 1 report was prepared, and those recommendations also were incorporated into the project and are described in your conditions of approval. The project site's located in a special flood hazard zone, and the project's designed to be 3 feet above the existing grade to meet those requirements. And a geotechnical report was also submitted with recommendations regarding the foundation design and construction of the project. Next slide. Since you received the staff report and conditions, staff has reworded the condition of approval E2 to make it a little bit stronger and covering the information that we wanted to cover. So essentially, we changed it to say that the project shall excavate and dispose of all soil containing elevated concentrations of lead and other metals, just in case there's a little bit more than what we outlined. I think we said within a certain area. So if extended a little bit beyond that, that would be covered here. And also that the project shall incorporate the vapor barrier system. So when we make our recommendation, it will be to approve subject to this revised condition of approval. Next slide, please. So as you know, there are findings required for the development plan and conditional use permit. I've distilled the findings down to these statements here. Number 1, that it complies with the zoning ordinance. 2, that it is consistent with the principles of sound community planning. 3, will not have a significant adverse impact upon the community's aesthetics and character. And that is consistent with the non-residential square footage allocation, allowances, and a traffic management strategy. So more detailed findings are included in your staff report for your review and consideration. And those would be on page 12 and 13 of the staff report. Next slide, please. And these are the 7 findings for the conditional use permit. that it is an allowed use with a CUP within the manufacturing industrial zone district and complies with all of those requirements. It's deemed essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare and is consistent with the general plan. Will not be adverse to the public health, safety, general welfare of the community or surrounding properties. That the setbacks are sufficient. That the design, operation, outdoor lighting, and noise generating equipment will not be a nuisance. That adequate access is provided and off-street parking is not affected. And the appearance is compatible with the character of the area. Next slide. Therefore, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve the project, the development plan, and conditional use permit, making the findings outlined in the staff report and subject to the revised conditions of approval. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. At this time, we're going to turn to the applicant team. Mr. Tomasello, will you be providing the presentation?
Yes, I will.
Okay, are you able to turn your webcam on as well? We'd like to see you on the screen if that's possible.
Thank you.
Very good. And before you begin, so let's not start the clock yet, Mr. Bolton. Could you please identify for the commissioners the applicant team members so that when we go to questions, we'll know to whom we should direct specific questions, and if they'd like to turn on their webcams at this time just to identify and introduce themselves, I think this might be timely.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Schwartz. My name is Tony Tomasello. I'm with RRM Design Group, Senior Land Use Planner and agent for the developer of this project, which is ES Volta. And I'll let Peter Zullo with ES Volta and Beth Collins do a brief introduction as well.
Peter Zullo speaking with ES Volta. We are the developer behind the 635 East Gutierrez project, and looking forward to having Tony present on the topic.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. Beth Collins from Brownstein Outside Land Use Council for ES Volta.
Very good. Welcome. Mr. Tomasello is a representative from DUDEC, also part of the team today, or just behind the scenes. I see, from the documentation we received that DUDEC certainly has been involved.
That's correct. They're also on the team, but they won't be here to answer questions. I think we should be able to field anything that you guys have between the three of us.
Okay. Okay, and will you by yourself just be making the presentation then?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. So Mr. Zullo and Ms. Collins, you can go ahead and turn your webcams and microphones off at this time, and we'll bring it back to Mr. Tomasello. And as soon as we're ready, or that you're ready, Mr. Tomasello, we'll have Mr. Bolton start the presentation clock.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Chair Schwartz and Planning Commissioners. Good afternoon. Excited to be here today. We have been working on this project for quite some time, and excited to get to this milestone. Again, I'm the agent for the developer. You can go to the next slide, please. Our agenda today will be to kind of give you a bit of a rundown on an overview of what battery storage is. It was something that I personally had to kind of get up to speed on and really understand. And so hopefully I can do a good job of that. And if you have any questions, I'm sure Peter and Beth may be able to help out as well. We'll also go through the project goals and objectives, description of the project, and then to conclusion and any questions that you may have. Next slide, please. So starting out, it's important to understand that energy storage is really just one component of a piece of a larger plan and program to meet California's SB 100 clean energy goals. Battery storage helps optimize the energy grid by minimizing loss from renewable sources, which I'll talk about in a little bit more detail. It provides an alternative to fossil fuel burning plants, which are often used specifically to meet spikes in demand. And it provides a safe and reliable energy source in those times. SCE specifically has a goal of adding 30 gigawatts of battery storage to its service area by 2030, so in 10 years. And again, this is a 10 megawatt, so one small component of meeting that goal. And there's many projects locally and across the state that are online or coming online, including over 60 megawatts that have been in the works in Santa Barbara County, as well as 100 megawatts in Ventura County. Next slide, please. So ES Volta is a developer, owner, and operated of these advanced utility scale energy storage systems. And they really have experience across the entire life cycle of a project, from concept to searching for these sites, developing them, operating them through the life of these facilities. Next slide. A little bit of background on this project specifically. So SCE issued a request for proposals in 2016 seeking 10 megawatt storage facilities connected downstream of 4 critical substations that need help with reliability. And the Santa Barbara region is one of those. So 635 East Gutierrez site was secured and approved by the California Public Utilities Commission because it can help provide a more flexible system during an N-2 reliability event. And that is when essentially all of our primary transmission lines coming into Santa Barbara that feed the entire region potentially go down in the event of major wildfires or other disasters. It allows for integration of more renewables onto the grid, which we're seeing in Santa Barbara, and helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions to 80% below the 1990 levels, which is a California goal. ES Volta will develop and operate the energy storage facility, and as Kathy mentioned, SCE will purchase back the stored energy from this facility. Next slide. So the issue and sort of the impetus for why battery storage is needed is sort of contextualized in this idea called the duck curve. And so what happens is energy generation peaks during the daytime hours, particularly with solar energy. And so you see a net reduction in demand during the day, whereas demand typically peaks in the evening hours. When people get home, they start turning on their lights. They, all of those demand generators start occurring. And so this leads to increasing spikes in demand during that evening time, and it gets more and more severe the more renewables we put online. And it leads to difficulties in managing the power grid. And so if you're trying to provide power at sort of a consistent level with traditional energy generation, it can often lead to wasted energy when there's solar that's generated during the day, and often that's just kind of, it's lost. And so next slide, please. And so what this station will do and what battery storage enables us to do is to connect directly to the SCE substation that is in the adjacent vicinity. And then energy that's created during the daytime can be stored on site in batteries and redistributed onto the grid during peak demand in the evening and nighttime. Next slide. So again, the benefits of battery storage include increased grid reliability and resiliency locally and regionally. Again, in the event of blackouts and things like that. It minimizes that energy waste. It reduces our dependence on gas-fired peaker plants, which are typically used when there's those spikes in demand. It promotes ratepayer savings. It's more efficient use of utility operations. It promotes local renewable energy sources. It helps us to capture those and retain those. It helps to meet state and local greenhouse gas reduction goals. There's zero appreciable water use or air emissions associated with these facilities, and it allows for a faster response to spikes in demand. Next slide. So the alternatives to energy storage, as mentioned, are gas-fired peaker plants typically, or invasive infrastructure upgrades to the grid. So actually going in and upgrading all those distribution lines, often below ground. With those types of upgrades, there's air quality, traffic related or noise emissions, hazardous waste emissions with more traditional energy sources, and water use for operations. Next slide. So the goals and objectives with this project specifically are to, again, increase reliability for the neighborhood and the overall region, to minimize the need for more invasive infrastructure improvements in the area, to produce a project that's compatible with the surrounding development, to implement the city's general plan sustainability goals, and to improve the efficiency of the SCE grid in the region. Next slide. The project would include the demolition of all existing structures. We went through a detailed analysis of the existing legal permitted square footage. There was 6,912 square feet of existing non-residential building area, and the construction of 9,260 square feet, a 10 megawatt battery storage facility, and about 2,350 square feet of net new non-residential floor area, and then also the public right-of-way improvements along Quarantina Street in Gutierrez. Next slide. As Kathy mentioned, we are requesting approval of a conditional use permit to allow a public works and utilities use in the M1 zone, and the approval of a development plan to allow the construction of the additional net new non-residential floor area. Next slide. As mentioned, this project has been in the works for quite some time. We initially submitted a planner consultation in March of 2018. We went through a pre-application process in kind of spring, summer of 2019. We initially submitted our formal DART application in September of last year, and also went to ABR for a concept review in the spring, and that brings us to Planning Commission here today. Next slide. So the site is located at the corner of Quarantina Street and Gutierrez Street. I have here the location of the SCE substation marked, so you can see that adjacency, and that is really important to why this site was chosen as the location of this. Next slide. This is the existing zoning. It's M1 manufacturing industrial zoning. Surrounding uses are also within that zoning and also consistent with these types of industrial uses. The lot area is about 1/3 of an acre, and it's about 14,713 square feet. Next slide. I won't spend too much time on these existing photos, but I have them here for reference in case you want to look at any of the existing uses. Go next slide. This is an image looking kind of southeast along Quarantina Street with the project site there on the right-hand side, and then just across Gutierrez is the SCE substation. Next slide. And next slide, please. The project is a 99,260 square foot building. a single story. There's a 10-foot landscape front setback along Gutierrez Street, 0 setback along I'll call it here with the west property line, and then at minimum about a 1.5 foot setback along the south end. There's 0 parking required for this use, though we provided ample space for maintenance and service trucks to come and provide service and maintenance to the different components of the project, as well as the turnaround area. And we had designed this so that, far in the future, if this were decommissioned, it could be a relatively simple change to the project to allow for additional parking to be added. Same with the location of the potential future trash enclosure. We've kind of indicated a location that could be included. As far as public right-of-way, there'll be a nude sidewalk and parkway along Gutierrez Street, and this project Quarantina Street, and this project meets Tier 3 requirements both on site and for the public right-of-way. Next slide. This is more of our technical site plan in case we need to reference that in any of your questions. It again shows the location of the loading area and the turnaround. Next slide. This I thought may be useful as well to kind of get you familiar with how this works. But the batteries are aligned in racks similar to a data server warehouse. And it's an unmanned facility, though it's monitored 24/7. And there's regular maintenance that would occur and preventative types of inspections. Next slide. I won't spend too much on the building elevations. We will need to go back to ABR for project design approval upon approval of the Planning Commission. But if there's any questions, we're happy to field those. Next slide. And next slide. I just touched on that, so I'll go next slide, please. So in conclusion, this project achieves the city's general plan, energy and sustainability goals. It conforms to the zoning code and development standards. It's really beneficial for the city and the region in terms of energy stability and ability to capture some of those renewable sources. It helps achieve SCE's goal and the state's goal for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And ES Volta's team has an excellent track record for development and maintenance of these types of energy storage facilities. I'll thank you for your time and kind of leave it there. We're happy to answer any questions. We appreciate the Commission's consideration of this, and we appreciate staff's recommendation for approval and working with us throughout this process. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomasello. Because we're doing so well on time, I think what I'll do rather than go to public comment right now is I'll ask you to turn off your webcam and microphone, Mr. Tomasello, just for a moment. I'm going to bring it back to our commission for questions. If you would please turn your webcams and microphones back on. And as the commissioners are doing that, let me just focus us on the 2 required applications. And this is on page 2 of our staff report, and that's for a development plan and a conditional use permit. Ms. Kennedy had that identified on slide 15 of her PowerPoint. So with that, Mr. Escobedo, Commissioner Escobedo, would you like to kick off questions?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and also, I'm sorry, and then let me just tee this up with the applicant. So whoever you would like to direct your questions to, commissioners, please state their names and we'll have them come online with their webcams on. Thank you. Back to you again. I apologize for interrupting you.
Not a problem. My I only have a few questions, but my first couple are going to be for the applicant team. So I'm not sure if it's going to be Mr. Zullo or Mr. Tomasello. It's about how this battery storage facility is going to be connected to the substation. So is it going to be undergrounded connection or is it going to be above ground?
Tony, I think you want to take that one.
Sure, I'm happy to. So it will be underground.
Okay. And for these batteries, what is the typical lifespan?
I can take that, Tony. Yeah, thanks for the question. It really depends on how the battery is being used, just like in other applications like phones and cars. So we expect this plant to last 20 to 30 years. And throughout that process, the batteries will get refreshed with new batteries and augmented so that we meet the minimum megawatt requirements that are in the contract to Edison. So right around 10 years is when the degradation starts to get to from 100% to 80%. That's when we would start thinking about adding fresh new batteries to maintain that minimum level.
And I imagine it changes over time too with the advancement of battery technology. It only gets better, correct?
That's right. Yeah, not only, as folks probably know, the costs go down, but the density of the batteries goes up. So you need less of those racks that Tony mentioned every time that you're going in to add new ones, as well as the efficiency of the batteries as well. So those augmentation events make the system that much stronger thanks to the technology curve.
Fantastic. And it's going to be remotely monitored. And so where will this monitoring be happening?
Yeah, so we have, it was touched upon lightly on the operations and maintenance slide. We're going to be signing contracts with monitoring folks throughout the West Coast. The one we have in mind for this will be in the Pacific Northwest. That's where a number of this particular company's assets are being drawn into what's called a network operations center, kind of like the network operations center for the grid in Folsom, California, where CAISO is. This vendor is in the Pacific Northwest, and if there's an event from that center that requires local presence, they would reach out to local folks ready to take action on there. So they wouldn't be coming from the Pacific Northwest. They'd be drawn from the local region to go in there and take a look at something that they see on their screen.
And so for some of your other facilities, what's the average response time if there is maintenance needed, in-person maintenance?
Yeah, so if it's maintenance, it's scheduled out. So I think probably the response time you're looking for is if it's unannounced maintenance, like if there's a certain level of charge or something that's unexpected, they can get there within the day.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Those are all my questions for the applicant team. I was hoping to ask a couple questions to Ms. Parento.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So we received a letter from the Clean Coalition, and they indicated that this quarantine of battery is going to add support to that substation, which we've already discussed today. And it's going to support basically the grid from downtown Santa Barbara to all of Montecito. And in that area, there are really important facilities for our community that include the police station, the fire station, community sheltering facilities. Can you expand on that a little bit more and talk about this grid area and the critical community facilities in it, and maybe even go a step further and talk about why a facility like this, a battery facility, is so important for our region in particular?
Yeah, absolutely. And Mr. Tomasello did a great job of explaining why battery storage is important in the new grid development. But that downtown corridor also supports the Ellister wastewater treatment plant, which is co-located on the same meter with the Charles Meyer desalination plant. And so those are both key facilities, especially in resilience times in response to disasters, to keep online. Additionally, we have the schools that are in the vicinity. We have the Metro Transit District that provides emergency transportation in times of disaster. We have our corporate yard for the city, Public Works Department and Community Development Departments. So that's where we facilitate a lot of our emergency operations. And just in terms of demand response, this is a key component. As we saw during the heat wave recently, it's very important to have, to be able to limit draw on the grid during times of exceptional heat and load. And so a facility like this would be able to provide that safety net for our area during critical peak usage times. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that's a perfect answer. And maybe even, I know it was touched on a little bit earlier, but is it possible to expand on when we have natural disaster situations and the importance of something like this?
Absolutely. So as Mr. Tomasello alluded to, we are at a very vulnerable position on the Southern California Edison grid. We are at the end of the line. There are two 220 kV lines that come over our mountain range here to the east. They are co-located and they travel over a fault and a high fire zone. So if those two go down, we are ostensibly out of enough power to fuel our community for a number of weeks, likely. Southern California Edison has built an auxiliary transmission system. There's 66 kV tie lines that come out of Moore Park, and those would satisfy some of our critical loads. They would have to sort of decide between us and Ventura what gets powered. But so a project like this really adds to that ability to be resilient. It could then be deployed locally through a series of circuits. I'm not clear whether that's part of the proposal here, but that could be a future development to provide emergency power locally to our critical facilities.
Fantastic. Great answer. And thank you to the applicant team as well. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Who would like to go next? Just raise your hand. It was a little fluid seeing everyone come online. Was that you, Commissioner Higgins? Did I see? Oh, Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This all reminds me of I think it was the Northridge earthquake that took down one of the transmission poles in the Simi Valley area. And we were without any power for several days. So it can happen. I was wondering what percentage of the power of the demand is this facility able to provide for? Excuse me.
Commissioner Lodge, did you want to pose that to any particular member of the applicant team?
Perhaps Mr. Zullo would be the most appropriate.
Yeah, let me make sure I understand the question. So if there's what the utility calls an N-2 event where those 220 lines coming into the region go down and the region went dark, this project would be one of a larger orchestra of megawatts that Edison would use to get some critical facilities online. What percentage is this project of that bigger solution?
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, it's a good question. I think Edison has some thoughts on that. It can be a pretty nuanced answer because probably with limited resources online right now, they would want to direct it just towards critical facilities like the ones that were mentioned before, the high school, the police department, and so forth, rather than every single piece of load. some folks who have studied this in particular, Clean Coalition included, have come to the conclusion that about 50 to 100 megawatts of battery storage would be needed. This project is 10 megawatts. So that's the battery storage side. There's also going to need to be solar generation, as well as some other measures to get a microgrid online. So you could say that of the storage component, this project under consideration could be between 10 to 20% of the overall solution to get those critical loads back online. But really, that's on Edison to know which loads need to come online and what role this particular project would play in that overall strategy.
Okay, well, that gives me an idea of its capability. I noticed in the report that it's being built of non-flammable materials. I assume these are lithium batteries. Is that correct?
They are, yes, they are. And there's a couple different variants of lithium ion. And the one we have in mind for this particular project is a safer variety called lithium iron phosphate. This is less energy dense than nickel metal cobalt, but in exchange for having this less dense technology, it's safer, it doesn't run as hot, and we felt that would meet the requirements that we have in mind for safety and expectations of keeping things under control with our friends from the fire department.
Okay, and just one other question. I know it's a one-story building, but I wondered how high it is. And that would be for Mr. Tomasello.
Because we have the flood zone here, we needed to elevate the finished floor of the building about 3 feet from existing grade. So I believe the height from existing grade is approximately 23 to 25 feet.
Okay, so it's actually, for common reference, it's actually the height of a two-story building, even though it's only one story. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Higgins, would you like to go next?
Sure. For staff, I wanted to just press in on the need for a CUP here. And maybe the applicant can also chime in. I just find it ironic that this is something that's so necessary and seems to be so innocuous, if not major improvement aesthetically to the corner. But we threw them into a CUP, and when I read the code, it looks like, you know, I could have tried to maybe make an argument that a CUP wasn't necessary. Or do we have more of it? And I'm not meaning to unwind what's been done today by any means, but I just will ask that question in context of potentially future projects like this. Are there some on the horizon? Do we really need to drag people into a CUP for a project like this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Higgins. So we did look carefully at the use and tried to come up with a use that's related to this. And what we came up with was the public utilities use. That's to be the closest. So when we look at what's required for that, it is a CUP. So that's, we tried to figure out the shortest distance to get an approval for that here. And that's what we came up with. If these become very common, and there's always chances to change ordinance requirements and such, but this is what we came up with. Given the use we had. So, but I understand your concern.
Well, is there an interpretation provision in the code and the NZO that it kind of takes this up to either the director or city manager? Because this code classification, Public Works and Utilities, has generating plants, substations, solid waste collection, transfer station, solid waste treatment and disposal. I just can't see that this really that. Only by a major stretch is that what we need here. So, you know, I again, I only ask it in context of future projects that come in. I wouldn't want to see us have to bog another applicant down when we're in such dire need for these kinds of projects. But that, Madam Chair, is not a question. That's more of a comment. So I'll get out of here and thank you for the time, Kathleen.
That's it. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe, please, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my questions got answered when Commissioner Escobedo came on. Just a couple. I think this first one is for Ms. Kennedy, and I don't know if you can answer this, but it's on the first page of your staff report. In the third paragraph, it states that the facility would contain lithium-ion batteries stored on racks, and then it goes on to say the facility would contain medium voltage transformers and other electrical equipment. What does other electrical equipment refer to? Is that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wiscombe, that's all encompassing. In the letter, I believe, from the applicant, they listed a number of transformers, other things that I'm not that familiar with their use, but I just group them as other electrical equipment. The main being the batteries and converters, I think, is the main.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. And then I want to just ask a question on the landscape site plan. And Ms. Kennedy, I don't know, you might be able to answer this, but does the landscape, does the street work in the right of way conform with the street tree master plan?
So I have talked to our city arborist about this, and the existing trees are not the actual street trees. So you can probably pronounce these better than me, but the Melaleuca with the Q are the ones that are there, and the other, with the S, are the street trees. And I did talk to, like I said, the city arborist, and he's thinking that maybe on Quarantina, we would maybe have a different tree designated for that than what is there now as a designation, because there are power lines along Quarantina, and maybe choose a tree that doesn't grow as high along there. So that can be worked out.
Will it then, will it go through the street tree advisory committee process to determine perhaps a new street tree that would better facilitate this kind of, or better serve this kind of facility?
I think it could. I'm not sure whether the city arborist can just make that determination, or if that has to go through their committee.
Well, usually
it probably does.
It does go through the committee, and then
he would recommend a different tree, probably.
Yeah, it goes through the committee and then the Parks and Recreation Commission, right, Mr. Busk? Yeah.
Commissioner Wiscombe, that's correct.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with that process. So, okay, so that would that be put in the conditions of approval then, that the could there be developed
already there?
Is it there? Okay.
It does. It's a little bit vague. It doesn't call out the tree name, but it does say go through the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Good. Okay. Okay. Because I didn't see that in there. Okay. And then I just had one more question, and it's in the DUDEC letter. So I don't know, Mr. Tomasello, perhaps you can answer. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's on page 50 of 62. And this is the DUDEC letter. It's in the first paragraph. It talks about ceiling mounted sprinkler system and covering all areas of the building, although not always required for all configurations. An in-rack chemical suppression system or similar technology may also be installed to supplement the water sprinkler system. Is it may or will?
It's a conversation that we'll need to have with the fire department as we go through plan check. primarily. There's different ways of meeting the fire suppression requirements. And as this is sort of it's a little bit of a unique type of use. And so we'll be working closely with the fire department to determine what's the most appropriate, what they're most comfortable with, and so on and so forth.
Okay, that's great. That's all my questions. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Bonderson, questions?
Sorry about that. My mic was off. I apologize. Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Yes, I just wanted to mention that the questions that we had at the site regarding the solar aspects were covered by Commissioner Escobedo, and of course the tree questions that I was interested in following up with were just answered. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy, and of course Vice Chair Wiscombe, who asked those questions. It leaves me just one simple question, and it has to do with noise. I believe that the applicant would probably be the best person for me to ask. Hello, thank you for returning, Mr. Tomasello. I was curious to know a little bit about the noise that is expected to be generated by a facility of this type. I want to start by saying I appreciate the configuration of the design and basically closing access points, egress, ingress from Gutierrez and sort of shifting it. But I'm assuming that any form of noise that might be generated might be a 24-hour issue. Is that true to assume?
Commissioner Bonderson, thanks for the question. That is likely, although in our noise report, there are essentially no issues. There's no transmission through the building walls of what's inside. The most significant noise generator is the HVAC units. However, even that is, doesn't cross any threshold as far as noise at the property line. Being that this is an industrial zone and those industrial adjacent uses, there's no sensitive uses in the nearby vicinity as far as what we were in our analysis. So we are under any noise thresholds that are applicable.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. I was assuming that was the case. I was just more curious about sort of the design elements that may have been taken into consideration to reduce noise, which I would assume when the structure is actually closed, if the business day is completed and the openings are closed, would that generally reduce any noise that might be produced in any given average function?
Commissioner Bonderson, yes, that if the doors are closed and there won't be any sound attenuating through the building.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that confirmation. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. A number of mine have already been asked and answered. Just a couple of follow-up items. Let's see, maybe Mr. Tomasello and also Mr. Zullo, if you could come online, please. This underground connection between this property and the SCE substation that Commissioner Escobedo inquired about, I was looking for any type of language we may have in here to describe any disruption to the immediate neighbors, both commercial and residential, in constructing the underground connection. Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Mr. Tomasello, you're still muted.
I apologize about that. Thank you. Chair Schwartz, I can probably try to answer at least most of that question. And if Peter wants to jump in, he may as well. In general, I don't think it's different from any other type of encroachment permit that we would get through the Public Works Department as part of public improvements to a street, or if there were undergrounding utility lines. That would be my understanding.
Okay, and while I'm on this subject, let me ask you to hold tight there. Maybe to Ms. Kennedy, the other component to this question for me is, will there be neighboring property owner notification required in connection with the undergrounding of the connection between this property and the SCE substation, or any disruptions that the neighbors may experience?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, there is a condition of approval regarding notification of the neighbors. It's usually done in the beginning of the construction period. And there's a sign on the project site, construction sign, stating who to contact if there are any issues.
Okay, and can you just take me to that language? I just want to revisit it in light of, again, the answer that was given to Commissioner Escobedo. I want to see if it's clear enough pertaining to this, since it is a somewhat unusual, I mean, in a positive way, but nonetheless a slightly different type of construction that we're talking about.
If you look at page 19 of 62,
okay,
the condition at the bottom of the page is the letter of commitment for neighborhood notification prior to construction. So they submit a letter to planning, we review it, make sure it's adequate, and then that gets sent out to the neighbors to alert them of this project.
Oh, okay, and then my last question pertaining to this, would that be both property owners and tenants? I know this question has come up on other projects, because what's happened in some cases, as you may know, Ms. Kennedy, is that property owners, some of them not living anywhere near the said property, are notified, but the tenants are not. Can you refresh my memory about our notification?
It is both. It's the same for our public noticing. We provide the same list to the applicant, yes.
Okay, very good, excellent. Then let's see, perhaps back to you, Mr. Zullo. In answering, again, I think it was Commissioner Escobedo's questions about monitoring and also dispatch for repair. Now, you mentioned that the monitoring will be done in some facility in the Pacific Northwest, and the local dispatch for repair would be within 24 hours. How are you going to monitor that successful dispatch and repair? What's that process? Just very briefly, if you could.
Sure. The contract that we sign with the maintenance firm is one that whatever information they get, whether it's good or bad news, we also get, our operations people also get at the same time. So when they see something that doesn't look like it should, we're getting notified that something is not looking like it should. And they're going to provide a recommendation on how to get more information if it isn't clear at the desktop of what's happening. So at that point, the local technician would be dispatched to the site, and using safety protocols, making sure, just as you would walk up to a substation or even have even protocols that Edison would do before they get to your service panel at your home, they would first determine that the site was safe before going in and going into the building and looking at the hard numbers that are being shown that the Pacific Northwest NOx site would be showing. And then they diagnosed what was going on, whether it was a false positive or a certain cell or rack was maybe at its end of life, or that it needed some attention from another type of technician or first responders. So there's a protocol and a plan, a cascading plan of who gets notified and at what point. And the driving force of that plan is safety and making sure that any escalation of importance in first responders and fire and hazmat is done on a timely basis so that the right people are there as soon as we know that the situation calls for those right people.
Okay, great. And then because this is such a diverse neighborhood of commercial and residential uses, individuals, back to the question of the noise that Commissioner Bonderson asked, I'm wondering when there is some sort of a technology failure, is there such a thing as noise that's emitted when there's this type of battery energy storage system failure, which is different than maybe daily noise, which I think may have been the underlying question from Commissioner Bonderson.
Yeah, that's a fair, that's an important clarification. I'm happy to answer that. Probably one of the noises that may occur as a component would be failing, I'd imagine would be the fans related to the cooling system, the HVAC system. Those bearings, just like we have in our homes, would probably start to not be as round and start to make noise, just like most motors do. And that would probably get louder as that motor, that fan, got closer to its end of life. But part of our preventative maintenance plan, and the reason that we have a plan associated with preventative maintenance is that we need to replace those elements, just like the batteries I mentioned in the earlier question. We need to replace those well before the end of life. So we would go in and replace those motors in a perfect world before they start making noise. And if there are some motors that turn out to have a shorter lifetime than they're supposed to, the monitoring center would see that the facility isn't keeping as within the range that it's supposed to. And we would go out and say, okay, well, why isn't it keeping it as cool? And it looks like this motor is slowing down or it's getting louder, and maybe it's time to replace that particular component.
Very helpful. Thank you. That really boosts my confidence there. Connected to this, I don't know if it's to Ms. Kennedy. I'm sorry to jump back and forth to you, Ms. Kennedy. When this project is implemented, I'm just going to assume it is for the moment, will we have a 24/7 emergency number with a person to contact should there be these types of technology failure, noise issues, or any other, let's call them noise disturbances or other matters?
Madam Chair, do you mean, does the city or planning division have a number?
Yes.
For them
Yes.
to us? So
Yes.
We wouldn't, during construction, we could be alerted whether there are any issues, but during the operation, it would just be the fire department if there's any issues or regular emergency issues. So I would say
Mr. Tomasello is raising his hand also. He sounds like he might want to participate in this discussion.
Yeah, I can also add a little bit of additional information on that. So we will be preparing a hazardous materials business plan, which essentially lays out all of the contact information for anybody who needs to be contacted in the event of an emergency, goes through protocols and other information, and all of that will be shared with the fire department, and that'll be reviewed with them as part of our next processes before it's built.
So once, if this project is built and a neighbor has concerns because of, let's use this one example that I've given, there's some technology failure, fan failure, the noise is perhaps is getting louder. How will members of the public know who to call, which city department related number, and who's going to be available to be responsive from that phone number? I think this is important as we're rolling out new technologies that certainly will have significant benefits to our community, but we also need to ensure that the community can communicate with us, and in turn we can be responsive. So anything in the documentation you can point to, or is that a follow-up that maybe we need to include Ms. Kennedy in the conditions of approval? What are your thoughts?
Madam Chair, that's a good question. I think you're saying that as a neighbor, who do they contact? How do they get in touch with the actual ES Volta team? There's contact information there. You know, they could always call emergency personnel if there's an immediate emergency, but if there's just a concern, I'm not quite sure how they would contact and who the contact would be. So I think that would be good to clarify.
Okay, could you note that, Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Tomasello? You know, we have a list of hotline numbers in the city, as you know. I don't know that any of them, and we'll leave this, I'll just have you set this aside, kind of as a whiteboard, what have you, parking lot item, as they call them, for follow-up. I don't know if any of our current hotline numbers are going to be appropriate for the neighbors to use in this unique circumstance. Mr. Tomasello, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I would say that if the commission so would like, I think placing contact information for ES Volta's operations personnel on the exterior of the building somewhere, I think wouldn't be an issue.
Okay. Ms. Kennedy, could you please help me? And we don't have to do it now during questions, but perhaps after we go to public comment and come back to the commission for deliberations, perhaps by then, maybe you, and if necessary, Ms. Ostranger, you could look at the conditions of approval and find an appropriate section and come up with some proposed language, if my fellow commissioners are in agreement with that, with adding that?
Yes, we can do that. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you both. Those are my questions. Thank you. You can go ahead and turn your webcams and microphones off. And I'm going to ask Ms. Kokinda to come back on to see if we have any members of the public who wish to speak to us on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you wish to speak on this particular item, please raise your hand by using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I will call on you. Please note you only need to click the icon one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. And at this moment, I have Gregory Young. I'm going to call on you first, and then Kendra Hartman. And Gregory Young, I've just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself. There you go. It looks like your microphone's live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'll just get started. So hello, Madam Chair and commissioners and staff. Thank you so much for meeting today for this important project. My name is Gregory Young, and I represent the Clean Coalition. And we strongly support this very important local battery energy storage project. And thank you so much for all of your important questions today to help really clarify the need for resilience in which this battery could provide a solution for. The Clean Coalition, was a main driver in the approval of other battery energy storage projects, such as the Vallecito Energy Storage Resilience Project, which is currently under construction, as well as the Painter Battery Energy Storage Project, both of which those two batteries were also 40 megawatt hours and located near the Carpinteria substation and Carpinteria High School. And so we believe that this Gutierrez Battery Energy Storage Project has the potential to provide foundational resilience to our grid area, which has been discussed as a portion of the Santa Barbara County served by Southern California Edison, and also known as a very vulnerable grid area, also called the Goleta Load Pocket. This project is ideally suited to potentially provide resilience to a core area within the Goleta Load Pocket and could be configured to anchor a potential future Santa Barbara community microgrid. And then also to clarify some information that was previously shared This Gutierrez battery energy storage project essentially fulfills 10% of the 400 megawatt hours of energy storage that is needed within the Goleta load pocket, in conjunction with 200 megawatts of solar to provide 100% protection to the Goleta load pocket against a complete transmission outage. So to further, kind of clarify, this battery energy storage project is an important addition to 5 utility scale battery projects also proposed by Edison in our Goleta load pocket area that are expected to come online within the in the area by 2021, mid 2021, and then all 6 of these together meet 80% of that 400 megawatt hours that is needed. So this in general is 10%, but in total, all of these are expected to come online is 80%. So very, very important that this battery project, moves forward at full speed, and we urge you to support. So thank you so much for the time today, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Kokinda, any other public commenters today?
Yes, I'm going to call, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call on Kendra Hartman. Kendra, I've just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself. There you go. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz, commissioners and staff. I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Barbara Citizens for Sensible Industry. We urge the Commission to delay consideration of any discretionary permits and actions related to the project until it completes 1, the necessary environmental review as required by CEQA, and 2, an analysis of consistency with the general plan policies and zoning regulations related to the hazards in public health and safety. So first of all, the project should not qualify for an exemption pursuant to CEQA because of its significant impacts on air quality. The staff report concludes that the project will not result in any long-term stationary emissions, stating that the project would store energy produced only from renewable energy sources and reduce dependence on energy derived from fossil fuels, participate with the local community to provide energy from renewable sources. But we don't see any evidence in any of the supporting documents that the facility will only store energy derived from renewable sources. So absent any regulatory requirements, battery storage facilities tend to store whatever energy is the cheapest and displace it with whatever is the most expensive. So if the energy used to charge batteries is generated from a conventional source, such as gas or coal-fired generation, then we're generating emissions since those sources would not otherwise operate if there was no market for them. And so essentially, we'd like to urge the Commission to delay consideration of any discretionary permits and actions related to this project until it can complete the necessary environmental review as required by CEQA, since we're not really seeing real concrete evidence that only renewable sources are going to be used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hartman. Commissioner Higgins has come online. Did you have a question for Ms. Hartman? Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding the speaker comment about environmental review or the objection in general to the project at this time. Is there something I'm missing? Is there a requirement that this particular facility store energy only created from renewables?
Well, if you're going to qualify for an exemption under CEQA, then you have to show by substantial evidence that there will not be adverse impacts on air quality. That's one of the conditions that has to be shown in order to qualify for this exemption.
Actually, I think that's not correct. I think as an opponent or petitioner, you have to prove that there will be substantial evidence to the contrary. I don't think that's necessarily true, but I appreciate your commentary or your points with respect to CEQA. I'll ask our city attorney to help us with that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, we can come back to that question if necessary, if Commissioner Higgins wants to pose it once we complete public comment. Any other commenters, Ms. Kokinda?
That was the last hand that was raised. I would just like to ask Ms. Rydell if there are any written correspondence for this particular project.
Thank you, Ellen. And to the chair, we did receive one letter of written correspondence that was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Are there any follow-on questions? Again, we're doing well on time on this item, and so I want to come back around. Commissioner Escobedo, follow-on questions, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's a question for Ms. Parento. Hello again. So to the last commenter's point, it's my understanding that we are shortly, if not already, entering into an agreement to join a community choice energy program in which nearly 100% of our energy would be provided through renewable sources, correct? And I say nearly because it's an opt-out type of program in which somebody could then opt out. Is that correct?
Commissioner Escobedo, absolutely. Starting in October of 2021, the city will be launching service through its community choice energy entity, Santa Barbara Clean Energy. However, given that this is a Southern California Edison facility, my guess is that they would likely opt out of the community choice energy entity. But I did want to point out, and Mr. Tomasello actually did a great job of talking about this in his presentation, the cheapest energy to the public commenter's point is that solar generation during the middle of the day. We're currently over generating solar in California and paying other states to take it. And so that it would not make a good business case to not use that energy to charge the battery and then discharge it during the dirty peaker plant times of the day.
Fantastic. So it doesn't preclude, even if they opt out, it doesn't preclude this facility from using renewable energy to charge it.
Absolutely. And even Southern California Edison is under regulatory requirement from the California Public Utilities Commission to meet the renewable portfolio standard, which is the minimum amount of renewables that have to be in your portfolio, which is rapidly approaching 60%. And then by 2045 will be 100%. And so they're actually well ahead of that target. And so their energy is quite clean as well. But again, it's all about that duck curve and that solar generation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins, did you want to come back and pose part of your question or follow on to staff regarding the public commenters, Ms. Hartman's comment pertaining to air quality impacts vis-a-vis CEQA exemption?
Well, I think if it needs to be addressed by our attorney's office, then they'll come on and clean that up. I apologize if I cut off the commenter too soon, but my assumption is that, you know, it's kind of the opposite, that somebody would have to bring a claim to the contrary, that didn't happen, that there is substantial evidence in the record, that there would be an impact, not the opposite, but it's up to the city council, city attorney if they want to address it.
Okay, I'm not seeing Ms. Ostringer's webcam coming on, so I'm just going to take that as a no comment at this time. Okay, with that, again, back to the commission. If everyone could please turn on their webcams, and for anybody who would like to go first in deliberations. Again, please everybody turn on your webcams. This is our deliberation and ultimately a vote. Let's again revisit the two required applications. Ms. Kennedy, if you would please put that slide up, slide 15 in your PowerPoint, which shows the development plan and conditional use permit. There we are. So Commissioner Escobedo, you were first up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep my comments brief. I think it's pretty clear that this is a critical need for our community in particular. I think it's a solid project. I personally am excited about it, and in combination with what's happening regionally, with hopefully some microgrid technology as well, it makes our community more resilient. It gets us a step closer to what I spoke about last commission meeting in reaching our emission-free future. And battery storage is a big part of that, moving away from natural gas. And I'm excited to hear about Santa Barbara joining Community Choice Energy, and more battery projects like this are welcome, and I look forward to them. I'd like to make a request of staff, just informally, that as these facilities are completed, I think it would be fantastic if the commission could do a tour of either battery storage projects or microgrid projects to really give us a in-life picture of how it operates, what it looks like. And I think we're only going to see more of these. So I enthusiastically will be supporting this project and supporting it, moving on to the next step. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And keep your webcam on, please, Commissioner Escobedo. Before we continue on, I had put forward in my questioning a proposal, and Ms. Kennedy was going to research this, where we could include some language in the conditions of approval for an emergency contact for ES Volta. And so could you, as you go down the line here, could you just comment on if you'd be supportive of such language? And Ms. Kennedy will tell us where and what that language might be. Commissioner Escobedo, did you want to first hear the language perhaps before? Yes?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Kennedy, this sounds like it's an appropriate time for you to help us with that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking of something simple under our recorded conditions agreement. So it would, which is B. If you look at page 15 of 62, the beginning of the conditions.
Okay.
So we have recorded conditions agreement, B1, etc. Next page. So it could be B7, and it could be something as simple as a contact or emergency contact number for S Volta shall be provided on the building at all times. Something like that.
Okay, and so this would be a new number 7 under B as in boy, B7.
And Chair Schwartz?
Yes, Ms. Ostranger.
I would add to Ms. Kennedy's language that it be placed on the building in an area visible to the public, and so long as this use is maintained on the property.
Okay, Ms. Kennedy, did you get that addition? Oh, there you are. Yes.
Yes.
Can you, type that all out for us? Or it's okay. So could you, just one moment. I want to have, just thus far, I want to have Ms. Kennedy read what we have, and then I'll come to you, Commissioner Bonderson, with your question. Can you read that sentence, please? A new B7.
A contact number for S Volta shall be provided on the building and visible to the public at all times.
And then I thought I heard Ms. Ostranger say something to the effect of, while this use, how did you put that, Ms. Ostranger? While is being used for this purpose or some such?
For so long as the current use is on the property.
As long as current use is on property. Okay, now I'd like to, Mr. Tomasello, you have, usually I wouldn't have the applicant come on, but go ahead, Mr. Tomasello.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I appreciate you recognizing me. I would just ask it, or kind of clarify that it may not be ES Volta that is the most appropriate person or organization to call. It may be their monitoring vendor or contractor that is kind of the most appropriate for responding timely to those types of questions or concerns that could come up. So I may see I may say something like an emergency contact or something like that should be posted.
Ms. Ostringer?
Yeah, I'd agree. We could change that if it's not e-Volta, just to an emergency contact number.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to, fuss too much over this, but I think it's important that it be clear for the public and easy to use. Okay. So, Ms. Kennedy, read that now one more time, and then we're going to come back to Commissioner. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bonderson. Did you have a question while we're doing the wordsmithing?
It's actually okay because Mr. Tomasello addressed exactly what I wanted to say. So it all worked out. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, Ms. Kennedy, one last time, and then we're going to come back to Commissioner Escobedo to see if he's comfortable, and then we'll continue on with deliberations. We can't hear you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you.
I'm sorry. An emergency contact number shall be provided on the building and visible to the public while the current use is on the property. And we'll of course type this up and put it in our revised conditions that you'll be looking at when you look at the reso, so we could even tweak it a little bit better.
Okay, and that's a new B7. Thank you very much. New B7. Okay, back to you, Commissioner Escobedo.
Thank you.
I can support the addition.
Okay, very good. Who would like to go next in deliberations? Anybody? Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep it very short. I support what my fellow Commissioner Escobedo said, all the comments he made. I think the project is really exciting. I can support the findings on page 12 and 13 of our report and the conditions of approval with the reworded E2 that Ms. Kennedy spoke about earlier today, and B7 about the emergency. And I'd just like to thank the staff and the applicant for doing such a marvelous presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone in particular want to go next? Should I just go right down the line? Commissioner Bonderson, please.
Sure, I'll go next. Thank you. I just want to echo what we've heard so far. I support the language that's been introduced, E2 and B7. I really appreciate the follow-up with noise as a specific concern, since there are residential properties in the area, so that they do have a contact point. I think that's very important. And I also just want to say that I appreciate this project and look forward to more projects like this in our community, because it makes our community more independent, more resilient. And it also provides, economic stimulus. It's nice to see that it will potentially generate new work and such. So I agree, and I support this project.
Thank you. And Mr. Bolton, if you would please put back up on the screen slide 15, which does show the 2 required applications before us. I think that's good for both the commission and members of the public. Thank you. Commissioner Lodge, comments or deliberations?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important addition to Santa Barbara's ability to have resilience. And I support all the comments that were made, or concur with them, and on the additions to the conditions. Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
No, I support the project and the condition, and I'd like to, just a comment, I'd like staff to take another look at whether a facility like this is really in need of a CUP, or if we can somehow find a way to have an interpretation that something like this is not equal to a transfer station, et cetera, in the definition of the zoning code. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I think that's everyone. I'll just make a few comments. I'm in agreement with my colleagues. And, it was really attention grabbing for me to hear Ms. Parento identify all of these uses, these facilities that are on our grid. I mean, MTD, our schools, El Estero, DSAL, the public works yard, and to be reminded very vividly that we're at the end of the Southern California Edison line and that we're so vulnerable. So we really need to move into a way of operating and with the newest technologies, but also proper monitoring, which is why I think a number of the other commissioners wanted to really understand and be have confidence in the monitoring and the follow-up on that, because that's part of our responsibility too. So with that, I am going to be in support of these two applications, and let's just get right to it. Would anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to make the findings found on page 12 and 13 with the addition of E2 that Ms. Kennedy spoke about earlier, and then the addition of B7 talking about the emergency contact.
Second.
Very good. We have a first by Commissioner Escobedo, a second by Lodge. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion. Very good. Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Hetty Rydell. I'll begin the voice vote. Start with Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. And could staff please put up the slide that references the appeal process for this type of project? That will certainly save me from having to express it by memory. And so especially the bolded language, which is that there's a 10-day calendar period for appealing the Planning Commission's decision today. Very good. Thanks to everyone, staff, the applicant, my colleagues, members of the public who called in to speak on this item today. It is, I'm going to say it's 2:40. Let's come back in 10 minutes if that's going to give staff enough time. Let me ask staff, would you like more than 10 minutes? Ms. Kennedy, you're on again. I could round it up to 3 o'clock if you think that would be helpful. Ms. Kennedy, would you prefer 15 minutes?
I'm fine with the shorter amount of time. It's up to you.
Okay, well, it's now almost 2:45, so let's say 2:55, shall we? We'll be in recess now until 2:55. Thank you, and we come back, I'll read that item into the record. Thank you very much, everyone. We're in recess. our Planning Commission meeting for September 17th, 2020 to order. Going to ask City TV to have us go live at this time. So I'll just wait a couple of minutes to do that. And I'm going to ask staff to let me know when City TV is ready for me to proceed, please.
Chair Schwartz, this is Ellen Kokinda. I think City TV should be ready to go. I would just like to maybe invite members of the commission to turn on their webcams so that we know that everyone's back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm going to make some opening remarks that I hope will help the commission, staff, and members of the public in particular know how we're going to proceed this afternoon. So our process for the next item is that after I read it into the record, because this is a continued item, I'll describe our process framework. And then Ms. Kokinda will let us know if we have new public commenters in queue. And from there, we'll move into deliberations. So we are not going to be posing any additional questions to staff or the Paseo Nuevo owners, Pacific retail representatives. We've done that on August 13th and August 27th. So today is for deliberations and recommendations back to council. Now, additional documents were provided by Pacific Retail to the commission on Tuesday afternoon of this week. A PowerPoint entitled, and I quote, "Transforming Paseo Nuevo into a Catalyst for Economic Revitalization" was provided, and it included a photo labeled, quote, "Urban Residential Living with internal courtyard and marketplace," end quote. Another photo labeled, quote, "Proposed adaptive reuse to residential," end quote, of the Nordstrom building. And I'd just like to note that currently P&O, Pacific Retail, does not control the Nordstrom lease. Additionally, in the Ortega building or the Macy's building, a Dropbox folder that was provided from 2017 identified as option E, a 78-foot high residential theater, restaurant, gym, retail portrayal was included in that folder. And in the residential studies folder, a range of architectural schematics from 2018 that portrayed mixed-use residential development above the parking structure. And lastly, in the Nordstrom studies folder, architectural schematics from May of 2020, that is just 4 or 5 months ago, portrayed mixed-use residential development. I lay this all out because now I'd like to ask Assistant City Attorney Sarah Connect to come online, because I'm going to make some closing remarks in my preliminary remarks that she and I have discussed. So after reading the construction, operation, and reciprocal easement agreement, plus the Macy's and Nordstrom's leases, I conferred with Assistant City Attorney Connect on allowed uses. Based on this, it is important that our commission be absolutely clear now that residential development is currently not allowed under the contractual legal documents. And thank you again, Ms. Connect, for our hours of conversation and you being a very important source of counsel to me and our commission. So you could go ahead and turn your webcam back off for now. Thank you. So with my opening remarks, before proceeding, do any of the commissioners have process-specific questions just on process? We're going to get to much comment for the remainder of the afternoon. I'll wait a moment to see if any of you have process questions, but I'm hoping that I was clear enough on that. Okay, very good. I'm just going to ask, with no undue pressure, to Commissioner Wiscombe, without putting you on the spot, but since you went first during our previous inquiry period, Commissioner Wiscombe, starting on August 13th, would you be comfortable kicking off deliberations today on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to kick off deliberations on the item. Are we opening public comment again or not?
Yes, I am. So if you would just kind of wait in the wings, as I'll put it, I'm going to, again, reread the item into the record, and then we're going to ask Ms. Kokinda if there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this. So this is a continued item from August 27th. Application of Paseo Nuevo owner, LLC, agent for City of Santa Barbara, owner of 739 State Street, Paseo Nuevo Mall. With that, Ms. Kokinda, could you please let us know if there are any members of the public who wish to speak to us today on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, if you wish to comment on this particular agenda item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. I will call on you. You only need to click the icon one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. And at this time, I do not see any raised hands. Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written correspondence? And I'll just, while you answer that, I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Ellen. And to the chair, no, we did not receive any written correspondence for this item.
And Madam Chair, I don't see anyone with their hand raised, so I will turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to bring it back to the commission, and Commissioner Wiscombe graciously offered to begin our deliberations. It's to you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bit unusual situation in that we've had 2 hearings and the 3rd hearing is deliberation. So I have prepared my comments, and I will, I have some quotes, so I will be looking at my notes as I proceed. My comments are rather lengthy, so I hope my fellow commissioners and you, Madam Chair, bear with me. And I think I would like to start with a big picture, which goes back to the April 28th City Council meeting, when City Council reaffirmed the non-binding term sheet and authorized preparation of the development agreement, because a number of material and unpredictable events have occurred since then. And as custodians of our city, with primary responsibility to our citizens, the City Council should take into account before reconsidering any development agreement with Paseo Nuevo owners what has transpired since that April 28th meeting. And first of all, we were 5 weeks into COVID-19. We're now many months into COVID-19, and the pandemic has progressed rapidly, and the dimensions of its profound impact on our society and our culture are only recently becoming clear. And one of the significant casualties of the pandemic has been the in-person retail shopping. Even before COVID, e-commerce's penetration into retail sales was accelerating, tripling from 5.1% of retail sales in 2007 to 16% in 2019. COVID has most certainly further accelerated and likely cemented this shift to e-commerce. Mr. Rood stated at the council meeting, it's been, meaning retail, it's been difficult for a number of years, and COVID-19 will have an immediate impact. unquote. Nordstrom announced permanent closure of its Santa Barbara store only weeks after that April 28th City Council meeting. And with Macy's closing in 2017, the mall is now absent any anchor tenants, albeit separate leases from the mall itself, which is what we're here today for. 7 blocks of State Street were closed to vehicular traffic at the end of May. More blocks have closed since then, and restaurants are establishing outdoor operations. Paseo Nuevo Mall has lost more tenants, AT&T, Two Bella, and Wetzel's Pretzels, to name a few. State Street has also lost businesses. Forever 21, Brandy and Melville, Plum Goods, Sur La Table, and Onus Donuts, just to name a few. The De La Guerra Plaza Revitalization Subcommittee has continued to develop a final concept plan, one that connects to and integrates with State Street. This work is expected to conclude in December of this year or January of next year. The redevelopment of Paseo Nuevo Mall, including the former Macy's and Nordstrom's building, should be integrated into a comprehensive downtown plan. AIA very recently conducted a survey with 4,764 respondents, 77% of whom live in Santa Barbara, and 85% of whom have visited State Street since its closure. An overwhelming 86% of the respondents want to keep State Street closed to vehicular traffic permanently, and 39% want vehicle-free area expanded. Dining, music, art, and places to sit were the top responses on what to do on State Street, and 60% of the respondents said they consider living downtown. Those are pretty significant numbers. Lastly, City Council authorized formation of a downtown revitalization subcommittee consisting of council members Harmon, Sneddon, and Oscar Gutierrez. The subcommittee has been meeting bi-weekly with the eventual goal of returning to the full council with a set of recommendations for downtown revitalization. In the April 28th City Council meeting and in both of our hearings leading up to today, Pacific Retail has been, in my view, unwilling to share their balanced redevelopment plan, in spite of the many references to such a plan in the draft development agreement. On April 28th, Mr. Rood stated to Council that there are other planning measures, but Pacific Retail isn't ready to discuss rollout. He later reiterated they were not ready to share their plans when queried by various council members. We received similar answers at our hearings. P&O has stated numerous times that they view themselves as a partner with the city, but have been unwilling until this week to share any redevelopment ideas with the various committees and organizations that are working hard to create successful visions for our downtown. This past Tuesday afternoon, as you mentioned, Madam Chair, the Commission did receive some preliminary studies done for the mall, the Ortega building, and Nordstrom's. It's unfortunate that these studies weren't made available sooner, and I'm concerned that they waited until now to show them to us. A delay doesn't suggest a good faith partnership with the city. Given all these facts, I believe the city and its citizens are entitled to and should insist that Paseo Nuevo owners, P&O, as I'll call them, provide the balanced redevelopment plan that's stipulated in the draft development agreement, and one that is based on a holistic approach. It just can't address the open air portion of the mall in a vacuum, but should at a minimum include the Ortega building, Macy's, Nordstrom's, and the Paseo Nuevo Mall, and incorporate future plans for State Street and De La Guerra Plaza revitalizations. Such comprehensive plan will envision the collective heart and soul of our downtown and significantly impact the future of our city as a whole. Parts of the plan, like the mall's development agreement, should not be considered in isolation outside of an integrated plan that includes all major components of downtown. Considering just the mall by itself, this proposed development agreement is not a good idea, in my opinion. Rather, we need to think about and develop our vision for the heart of our city more holistically and have the flexibility to achieve it. So I'm going to make a series, Madam Chair, of recommendations. And my first recommendation is that City Council encourage Pacific Retail and P&O to work with the City Council Subcommittee and other organizations and developers with the goal of producing a balanced redevelopment plan for our downtown, including the mall and the Ortega building and Nordstrom's if P&O is successful in obtaining the lease before any development agreement is approved for one small piece of the puzzle. The Planning Commission has spent more than 9 hours in 2 hearings on the draft development agreement. A number of facts and statements came out during the 2 hearings that are critical to our review and recommendations to Council regarding this development agreement, many of which Council was unable to consider at its April 28th meeting. Now, I've rewatched the April 28th City Council meeting and both of our hearings, Madam Chair. So my comments will include some quotes from our hearing. Given what's occurred since April 28th, I believe we should not be concluding a standalone development agreement for the mall at this time and should certainly not be recommending approval of this particular draft agreement for the following reasons. It was disclosed at our hearings that P&O and P&O 2, which is the Macy's property, in March 2019, obtained a $121.5 million loan from Alliance Bernstein by pledging the leasehold estates, including their ground lease rights for Macy's and the mall as security. Alliance Bernstein's target loan-to-value ratio is approximately 70%, which suggests that they value the 2 leasehold estates at approximately $173 million. Did Alliance Bernstein require a redevelopment plan prior to giving the company the loan? At our August 27th hearing, Mr. Plenge stated that the answer is yes. We provided a lot of direction on where we wanted to take the property, is exactly what he said. Note that this direction included Macy's, but Macy's has been extracted from the development agreement at P&O's insistence. The assets pledged to secure this loan include specific reference to a development agreement note without limitation. When queried about this specific reference, Pacific Retail personnel said that they were unfamiliar with the reference, but Mr. Schuman stated, Mr. Schuman is the outside counsel for Pacific Retail, stated that he did not have the loan's terms available at the time of our second hearing. Specifically noted by Mr. Para, CFO, was that the impact of no development agreement, particularly with the lease extension, would have a chilling effect, meaning an effect unfavorable to their investors. The commission failed to receive a direct answer to the reference to the pledged asset development agreement note without limitation. Recommendation that City Council direct Ms. Connect to pursue and identify the reference development agreement note without limitations as specifically pledged as security in the documents of P&O's $121.5 million loan and query P&O for specifics on a lot of direction on where we wanted to take the property. That information has not been given to this commission. At both the council meeting and the PC hearings, P&O was asked why they went ahead with a $20 million in renovations without a development agreement. On page 3N, it states that the company wishes to now I'm referring to the development agreement. On page 3, letter N as in Nancy, it states that the company wishes to undertake obligations and requirements set forth herein, including the company's commitment to a balanced redevelopment plan for the leased premises. Mr. Plenge stated that there is too much retail in the US and that malls need to renovate every 10 to 15 years to attract quality tenants. He further stated that no upgrade have been done at the mall for 15 plus years. Mr. Plenge further referred to the mall as a melting snowball that required immediate investments in order to attract quality tenants that needed to help make the mall successful. While the city certainly benefits from the mall improvements, P&O's decision to proceed without improvements, with the improvements without a signed DA was, in fact, a long overdue business decision. A balanced redevelopment plan would include, at a minimum, the Macy's and Nordstrom's buildings. Nordstrom's lease is still in Nordstrom's hands, although Pacific Retail has stated that they are aggressively pursuing it with a view to converting it primarily to mixed use with residential housing. But they also have competition for the Nordstrom's lease, so it's unclear at this point who will control the property. The Ortega building is also not part of this development agreement, and we still do not know P&O's plans for it. Further, we were not given a clear explanation for why P&O took Macy's off the table early on in the development agreement negotiations. At a minimum, Macy's must be included in any development agreement since P&O controls the lease. Recommendation, City Council direct staff to pursue a development agreement that includes at a minimum the mall and the Ortega building. And if Nordstrom's lease is awarded to Pacific Retail within a specific period of time, perhaps 12 months, the agreement should include that major component as well. The development agreement does not provide adequate consideration to the city in exchange for the lessee's right to extend the lease for an additional 28 years. Any extension should include a minimum percentage or market rate payment for the entire 28-year lease extension period. Mr. Coton, our consultant, stated that he was not authorized to negotiate the value of such payments, but is in a position to do so if asked. Recommendation that City Council direct staff and Mr. Coton to negotiate market rate annual payments and a mechanism for determining them for each and every year during the 28-year lease extension. The development agreement further does not expunge the $2 million loan to the city that is accruing at 10% compound interest through the loan that's accruing at 10% compound interest through the end of the primary lease period in 2065. The terms of this loan effectively precludes the city from collecting any net participation rent since the loan balance is now over $38 million and will balloon to $2.8 billion at the end of the primary lease term in 2065 and to $40.3 billion in 2093 at the end of the proposed lease extension. Recommendation, City Council require the development agreement to expunge the city's 1989 $2 million loan liability and all accrued interest at the conclusion of the primary term, regardless of whether the 28-year extension option is exercised. During preparation of the development agreement, Mr. Coton stated he was not authorized to calculate its net value to the city. The net value of the development agreement is what I'm referring to. The development agreement is not accompanied by a cost-benefit analysis showing what the city is getting versus what it is giving up, expressed in present value terms. Why then should anyone believe that this is a good deal for the city? Recommendation, City Council direct Mr. Coton to prepare an analysis of the costs and benefits of the development agreement to the city. The development agreement staff recommendation includes calculations of P&O's payments of tenant employee parking fees and trash recycling fees, both of which I believe P&O should have been paying all along. These total about $94,000 a year. The staff recommendation also does not include present value calculation for the expected maximum of $50,000 additional PBIA assessments beginning in the 5th year. Ms. Connect stated that the additional assessment is unlikely to ever increase by more than $50,000, although a $200,000 figure is shown. Only 25% of the additional $200,000 pledged. Assuming that the city receives the full $50,000 each year and could invest these funds at an average rate of return of 5% over the last 40 years of the lease term as proposed, the present value of these expected parking, trash collection, and PBIA benefits is about $2.3 million, not the $17.7 million lump sum investment as represented by P&O during their presentation. Recommendation that the City Council direct Mr. Coton as part of the cost benefit analysis to include present value calculations that show the DA's true value to the city over 45 years for trash and employee parking discounts and over 40 years for the PBIA assessment increase. Now I'd like to just get into some terms of the development agreement. On page 15, section 3.1.5, use covenant, states that the company will operate the leased premises as a first-class retail and commercial center. This section goes on to list comparable centers, one of which is the long struggling Simi Valley Town Center, which that defaulted and was sold in May 2019. The development agreement does not contain specific objective measures for determining if the mall is operating as a first-class center. The simplistic listing of malls without measurable criteria makes this provision subjective, unenforceable, and simply insufficient. Recommendation, City Council directs staff to develop and negotiate the inclusion of specific, objective, measurable criteria to evaluate operation of the leased premises as a first-class retail center and remove any references to specific properties. In addition, the development agreement should state that the mall should specifically support general plan policy EF4 that promotes both small businesses and buy local programs, and policy EF21 that encourages continued economic success of small businesses in our community. Specific performance metrics and reporting mechanisms should be added to ensure that P&O is doing everything possible to support these policies. Recommendation, City Council directs staff to develop and negotiate the inclusion of performance metrics in the development agreement that encourage support of these policies. On page 15, section 3.1.6, maintenance requirements, requires the company to pay to the city $100 per day per item of deficiency. This is meant to be liquidated damages. Liquidated damages are meant to be a fair representation of losses in situations where actual damages are difficult to ascertain. Trash collection alone accounts for $170 a day. Now we're talking about a fair representation. In addition, P&O stated at our second hearing that the general maintenance costs at the mall are about $2.1 million annually. The $100 a day figure does not reflect the loss of revenue to the city because people decide not to shop in a poorly maintained mall. Therefore, liquidated damages are grossly insufficient and should be increased to reflect an approximation of the city's actual losses. Recommendation: City Council directs staff to negotiate an increased liquidated damages to an amount that closely approximates the actual direct and indirect costs to the city. This increase should be at least $500 a day per occurrence to add teeth to the clause. The clause currently has no teeth. On page 24, number 6, city profit participation. The city may only receive 10% of the company's profits above a 12.5% compound unlevered rate of return in the event of a lease sale. Ms. Connect states that this is a home run clause and it will likely never come into play. The unlevered rate of return should be reduced to a percentage that reflects the company's actual cost of capital over the lease period and give the city a better chance to participate in profit. Recommendation: City Council directs staff to negotiate a city profit participation clause that gives the city a realistic opportunity to participate in the lessee's profits in the event of the lease sale. So in closing, I appreciate P&O's and Pacific Retail's commitment to the mall and Santa Barbara. The property improvements are exciting and they will be enjoyed by many, I am sure. That said, the Paseo Nuevo property is committed under a ground lease for another 45 years from today, which leaves the city with little or no flexibility in how the value of the property can be monetized during this period and how it might be better integrated into downtown. In view of this significant uncertainty regarding both the future of brick and mortar retail and how and by whom the whole property will be redeveloped and how it fits into a comprehensive, holistic downtown redevelopment plan, I don't believe that the city should extend its lack of control over how the property is used for an additional 28 years, especially without being meaningfully compensated and measurably protected. When the property was developed and the mall's ground lease were being negotiated, the city was in a difficult financial position and was forced to accept a number of unfavorable lease terms. We have abided by these onerous terms for the last 30 years and will have to live with them for another 45. I don't believe we should perpetuate this lopsided agreement by giving P&O the option to extend the lease for an additional 28 years. And while I appreciate staff's and Pacific Retail's time and effort spent to produce the draft agreement, for the reasons above, I very strongly favor disapproval of this development agreement with findings. And Madam Chair, I will be ready to make findings if the majority of the commission so desires. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. And if you would keep those recommendations handy that you articulated, I'm guessing there'll be an interest in coming back to your recommendations in due time. Before we go to the next commissioner who would like to comment, I want to ask staff if you have a different slide that shows in greater detail the third bullet. You heard Commissioner Wiscombe mention that her position is to disapprove the proposed development agreement as written, but there's actually a nuanced connection or tie-in to this action if the commission chooses this third action, and that is that we need to make findings. I don't know if staff has a different document with more language than simply these 4 words, disapprove the development agreement. And so if I don't see staff come online with a different slide or a different document with more language, I'll just, as chair, say to my colleagues that it won't be sufficient to simply disapprove. We're going to need to make findings on the disapproval or in support of the disapproval. So with that, let's continue on if we could. Which commissioner might like to go next in deliberations or comments? And you can do it in any way you like. You can include recommendations. You can comment back to Commissioner Wiscombe's, anything. This is going to be a very interactive, fluid process this afternoon among the colleagues. Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, that was an incredible presentation, Commissioner Wiscombe, and I want to thank you for all the work you put into it. And I agree with everything you had to say. As Mr. Coe said, the ground lease represents an obligation than an asset. And he said it's a drain on the city. And as you pointed out, on the other hand, the lease is enough of an asset that it supports $21.5 million, but he thinks it's worth it. And the city is not what it needs. Mr. hesitantly said that the value on the property would be about $1 million a year. I spoke to a local commercial property investor for what his estimate would be, and he said between $1 million and $2 million a year. The city must get adequate compensation out of this, and the proposed DA does not provide it. It's just a losing deal for the city, and I can't approve anything that doesn't turn that around and give the city the kind of return on this very valuable property that it should be getting. Thank you.
Commissioner Lodge, not to unduly press you, or put you on the spot, are there any particular recommendations that you either yourself would like to put forward, again, back to council, or did you hear anything specifically from Commissioner Wiscombe by way of recommendations that resonated with you? We can also go back over that, not that you had to memorize what she just said in her deliberations. I was just wondering if anything resonated with you that I and staff could make note of as we move forward this afternoon.
Well, before Commissioner Wiscombe came up with this holistic approach, and I think it's critical that it all be pulled together. The work that AIA and that the city is doing, the Delegate Task Force, to create a whole overview and plan for the whole downtown. I think that's essential. And as far as specific elements of the DAI, the $2 million loan needs to go away. It's kind of a faux loan, because there's no way the city can, the way the lease is set up, there's no way the city can make payments on it, because they can only come from the return over the base rent, and there isn't any, there never has been any. And it goes away anyway at the end of the lease, so it just shouldn't even be there. And I think that Commissioner Wiscombe mentioned the PBIA. What is presented in the DA is that it has a cap on it, although they have on the trash, etc. They pay whatever it's supposed to be. That also should be whatever it's supposed. It actually is. None of us fiddling around with whether it reaches a certain level. The PBIA is based in part on the amount of revenue generated by the businesses, and so is the rent paid to P&O. And they'll have if the PBIA goes up, it's because they, P&O will have more revenue to pay it. So I think that should be specifically in the DA. And then I think, as well as Commissioner Wiscombe said, that there should be a fair market payment on the rent. And without those, the city is just extending a lease that is a drain on the city. And that's all I can think of right now to add to my comments.
Very good, thanks. Staff will make note of that, I hope. Thank you very much. We'll come back if you'd like to comment further in due time, Commissioner Lodge. Thank you. Commissioner Higgins, deliberations, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So big thanks to Commissioner Wiscombe for all the heavy lifting on the details. So appreciate that. And I won't get into those really. I'm happy to go back though later, Madam Chair, if you're wanting to do some straw polling or some put together some recommendations. Maybe Commissioner Wiscombe can, I don't know, share her screen or get something to staff that we can look at on a slide. You know, this is a very unusual item for a planning commission. Ordinarily, development agreements, yeah, I get that they come to planning bodies, but ordinarily it's like, hey, here's the development we want to do. And here's the terms with which we want to play with on your property. And send it to the Planning Commission for a review of the development against city development policies. Well, there's nothing really here to review. So it's been an interesting experience to have to, I bet for the all parties, to have a land use body weigh in on business terms. I just say that just to be transparent. I've learned a ton. I appreciate all the questions my fellow commissioners have asked. I appreciate the knowledge that has been departed on us by city staff. I think it's fascinating, but I have to come back to, you know, our purview, which is reviewing development against a set of land use policies, and we don't have that. We have some late breaking eye candy, I guess you could call it, but that doesn't, I don't know what to make of that here at this point, especially. So, excuse me, I apologize. I'm not sure apologies are necessary, but I do want to just apologize for the fact that this has taken so long. I don't wish that on anybody in this process of real estate development and entitlements. Long maybes are far worse than quick no's. And you know, you got stuck in the mud with staff. It sounds like, not to say that was undeserved. I wasn't there, part of those negotiations, but then you got stuck with a market reality, and then stuck on top of that with COVID. And now this thing looks like it's just completely inappropriate. And I can't, as a commissioner, move this along in any direction, but to start over. So I actually appreciate Commissioner Wiscombe's leading off with saying it's just not supportable whatsoever. So I know that's not what you're looking for, Madam Chair, and I know that's not maybe what would be most helpful to the council. I'm sort of torn in that regard. I think that if technically staff is looking for us for an approval with recommendations or a no vote to start over again, I don't know quite what to do. So I'll wait to hear from my fellow commissioners about that. And you know, maybe we can hear from Ms. Knacht about to what degree anything here is salvageable, and what kind of things would be most useful to the city council coming from the planning commission in terms of our typical purview. I don't have any idea what to say about liquidated damages, but I like what Commissioner Wiscombe said. So I'm not sure how much value, though, I can put behind my own opinion about liquidated damages at this point, but I guess I'm willing to play, but I also feel like this is just a non-starter and it needs to go back. And given the context, what we're in with our city and revisioning what the downtown needs to look like, I think it's sort of a non-starter. So those are my comments for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Let me ask Commissioner Wiscombe for a moment. Hold tight, Commissioner Vonderson. Commissioner Wiscombe, I don't know if this would be unduly burdensome for you, although it would be tremendously helpful to the rest of us. Is there a way, while the other commissioners are deliberating, for you to pull out the recommendations that you read, that you formulated, drop them into some type of a document that's user-friendly for Mr. Bolton, for staff, and Mr. Bolton to ultimately put up on the screen for all of us to reference? Is there a way for you to kind of copy and paste that into something that we could use as a template of sorts or a jumping off point?
Madam Chair, I can try. I haven't actually multitasked on my computer, so I guess I just have to minimize this screen and go to a Word document.
May I leave that with you and staff? And if you even need to drop off, communicate with staff by cell phone, otherwise, to be able, I think that's going to be tremendously helpful to the commission.
Okay, you're looking specifically for the recommendations that I made. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So this is in addition to any sort of findings that the commission puts together if they're.
Yes, so yes, okay. Thank you for asking that. So let me just again clarify for all my colleagues. And let me touch on both bullet 2 and 3 here on the screen. This is the slide 91. Whether the commission recommends approval of the development agreement with modifications, and then we'd still have to come up with a list of modifications, or we choose the third bullet, which is disapprove of the development agreement with findings, we still need to package findings. And ultimately, as you might recall in the staff report, our job is to provide recommendations back to the city council. This is going back to the elected legislative body. So findings are required to disapprove the agreement. It doesn't say that on the screen, but trust me, we need to do that. Separately, we need, and they may be one and the same as the findings. I'm not saying we need a completely separate list. We don't want to belabor this for ourselves today. We may find it easy to take, maybe correlate them, whether they're absolutely identical, we'll get to that. So we need findings, we need recommendations. Since Commissioner Wiscombe has already drafted her own proposed recommendations, I suggest, after we've all gone through deliberations, that with Commissioner Wiscombe working with staff offline, we prepare a document of her recommendations so that we can share that. Now, is that possible, Ms. Connect?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to jump in here, and I don't know if Timmy can put this page up easily or not, but page 96 of 118 of your staff report had the findings that are contained within resolution 89-120. There you go. And, you know, these are the findings that are required. And, you know, just to be a little more specific on the available actions for the commission, you know, you could flat out just approve it. You could approve it with modifications, or you could deny the development agreement. And as we spoke about last time, a denial would be a final action subject to appeal by the applicant to the city council, or you could deny it and make your findings. We're denying it because of the lack of the development agreement to achieve these things that we think are required. And in that case, it would contain, you know, perhaps something like what Commissioner Wiscombe had laid out, and those would be your findings, and you would, lay that out, and that would then be appealed to the city council, and then they would have in front of them those recommendations, so to speak, that Commissioner Wiscombe had laid out, and the other commissioners also would chime in on that. So that, I think, is maybe what the chair is getting at in terms of maybe a more elaborate points that the commission can make here. I don't know if that helps.
Yes. Oh, it's very helpful. And Mr. Bolton, would you please enlarge this section of this page 96 of 118 of our original packet so that we can see it's item 2. The commission shall also make a report of its recommendations to the city council as follows. And you'll see A, B, and C. And this today is not the first day we've discussed this, but we're just coming back to this since we're moving into final action today. So we will be making findings. If we go with C, we still need modifications. If we go with B, there is still work to be done today in either category or either outcome. So before we continue on, and Commissioner Bonderson wanted to go next, Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to talk about any work you may be able to do with staff while the other commissioners deliberate?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just got an email from Allison. I should have copied her. I sent the recommendations to Mr. Bolton. So if he could confirm that he got them, I did not send them to Mr. Bust, but I'll do that right now. Okay. I'll just
so
go ahead.
We will have those. Thank you so much. We will have those standing by, so to speak. I don't think we should have them on the screen right now because I'd really like to allow all of the other commissioners to just fully express themselves separate from Commissioner Wiscombe, whatever is your personal set of deliberations or comments. We did have Commissioner Bonderson. Commissioner Higgins, did you have a question of me, or because I wanted to continue on with deliberations? What was your interest in coming back online right now?
I just wanted clarification on the basis for findings. I mean, I think we just need good reasons to be helpful, why we don't like it, which maybe are separate from findings. So,
well, findings are the because. You heard Ms. Connect say, we're disapproving, this is this third bullet, disapproving the development agreement. Think of this as because. So we have to list the reasons for disapproving the proposed development agreement. Those are the findings.
Yeah, I get that. I guess
from that, we have an action back to the council, which are recommendations. We may decide by majority vote among ourselves today that the findings are either synonymous with a set of recommendations, or we may slightly tweak and add on to a set of recommendations. But findings have to be made and recommendations need to be made back to council. We have.
Madam, sorry.
Yes.
I'm
please,
sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair, but maybe I could just clarify, because this is a legislative action by the Planning Commission, which is a little bit different when you're talking about findings. I know, for example, in the action that you just took before this, which was more of a quasi-judicial action, and you're used to making findings in resolutions. And, those are your typical kind of findings. This is, even though this resolution 89-120 that you're looking at says you need to make these findings, and your findings are laid out for you. If you just go up to E, there you go. These are your findings. Adequate consideration is consistent with the general plan. This resolution lays out findings for you, but it's still a legislative action. Different from your quasi-judicial kind of findings that you usually make when you're considering a land use action, if that helps.
That's what I was getting at, Madam Chair. Our findings are a little bit different than we would make for a use permit I don't think we have to be that formal. And so I just thank you, Ms. Connect. I think we could be here for a lot longer to properly organize findings if our goalposts were quasi-judicial. And so, again, just the difference between findings and reasons. Commissioner Wiscombe has a veritable grab bag of reasons, so I support those.
Okay, and let me just, before we move on, and Commissioner Bonderson's going to come back on in just a moment because she was next. And I see you, Commissioner Lodge, one moment if you could. I heard from Commissioner Wiscombe. Well, we heard her recommendations. Those are recommendations back to the City Council. And Commissioner Wiscombe mentioned that at an appropriate time, she also has thoughts about findings. So at not right now, but in due time, I'm going to ask Commissioner Wiscombe to share her recommended findings because we may want to adopt some or all of those. We don't, and I'm going to ask Ms. Connect just to please make sure what I'm about to say is correct. We can craft our own, that is express in our own words, findings also. Is that right, Ms. Connect? I'm going to wait for a moment because I would like her counsel on this.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I believe that you can make findings in addition to the findings that are stated in Resolution 89-120. So this resolution states the findings that shall be made, including. So you can make additional findings and the findings in 89-120.
Okay, very good. Let's keep, Mr. Bolton, let's keep this page in this document handy. I think we're going to need to come back to it, perhaps more than once. The remainder, Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, would it be helpful if I sent the findings that I prepared to Ms. DeBusk also? So when it comes time for that, if we decide to go that route, then we have those available also?
Yes, thank you for offering to do that, Commissioner Wiscombe. Please do that so we have both your recommendations and your proposed findings handy to put up on the screen for everyone.
Okay, I'll do that right now. Thank you.
Okay, yes, take your time. Thank you so much. Commissioner Lodge, did you have a process question here before we go back to Commissioner Bonderson?
I did, and this is for City Attorney Connect. Would it be, hello, Ms. Connect, would it be possible for the Planning Commission to say that we approve the development agreement with these modifications, and the modifications be the recommendations that, as the modifications may be modified by the others on the commission that Commissioner Wiscombe made?
Yes, that'd be absolutely appropriate. And then you would also make the findings in the resolution. That's one of the options for your action.
It seems a more positive way to go, perhaps, rather than denial. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. I'd like to come back now. Commissioner Bonderson's been patiently waiting. Commissioner Bonderson, comments / deliberations?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I really appreciate the time that was just taken to clarify where we are in the process and how we should be thinking about things. I also have some notes that I've put together to make sure that I don't miss anything that has come to my attention, which I consider to be important, and perhaps other commissioners will agree. I did notice that the majority of my thoughts were covered by Vice Chair Wiscombe, and I appreciate the efforts that she's put forth. I think that was very wise to have her start and in some way or another really kind of give some guidance on the way we're moving forward. I'm going to approach my notes as reasons, since reasons was a word that just came up with how we're trying to approach our deliberations and our thoughts here. For me to be able to support a project like this, I would like to see P&O come back with a plan that shows us what their specific goals are and how they plan to use their investment to serve our city, and what outcomes we should expect to see over the next 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, and on years. I think it's very important for us to understand what important milestones they envision to revitalize our city and revitalize Paseo Nuevo, as well as to understand exactly why they need another 28 years in order to do that properly, other than the fact that it might just be an option to make their idea attractive for sale. I don't think that that is in the best interest of our city. And if there's any other reason that that is important to them, that it makes it vital to them to continue, it needs to be expressed, because otherwise it doesn't seem to be an appropriate issue for us to want to negotiate with. I would really like to see a true comprehensive plan. Chair Schwartz in a previous, I think it was the August 27th hearing, used the term strategic revitalization plan. I believe if I wrote this down correctly, Vice Chair Wiscombe just used the word holistic plan or holistic package. At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter what we call it, but it really needs to be brought together into a expectation that we have to continue forward. And we need something that will clearly demonstrate the specific intentions, an action plan with milestones to revitalize this mall, and how exactly P&O sees the benefits to Santa Barbara. We do not see the clear benefits now, and it's important that we do. And if they see it, they need to share it. For me, this is vital. I think as a city and for the public, it is vital to understand what's being proposed so that we know exactly what we are receiving from this agreement. I don't understand why the city would have entertained the idea of offering up taxpayer money like this, or even consider continuing forward in a totally imbalanced exchange. There is no good faith from the format that we see now, and being asked to trust the vision that we can't actually access or review would be absolutely irresponsible. I'm confident no one among us would sign a contract without reading the fine print, or go into an agreement where there's an exchange without understanding what that exchange is, or understanding what our responsibility is to the other side. And so for the other side to ask us to trust them without that knowledge would be very, very irresponsible for us. It's not clearly defined. It's not fair to ask. And it's really important that we move forward with that form of documentation, whatever that may look like. I remind myself as a public official, while representing the public, I have this obligation to look out for the public good, and the city owns all the underlying land. So it's our obligation to have enough information to make the best decision in the public good, in the public's interest. And now with everything else that has come to the forefront, now what we know that we didn't know a month ago, what we've learned from this process just coming back and continuing this 3 times, it seems that there's a lot more information that's come to light that it's very important for us to consider. And it's important for those drafting the development agreement to consider. I think that we should also expect that the applicant want to take that into consideration, because now to be up to date on what options are available under the city zoning, with the documentation that I believe was mentioned earlier about the easement, the different leases, the fact that I heard earlier that at this moment in time, housing is not an option, whereas all of the exciting ideas and this vision that we've heard of, and all the new materials that have come forward in the last week, I believe is on Tuesday, it all incorporates housing. Well, if that's not on the table, that proposal isn't a legitimate option for us to consider today. So at this point, neither the proposed vision nor the development agreement have yet to reflect many of the issues and items that need to be reconsidered if P&O wishes to continue forward. A project cannot be this conceptual and erroneous at this point in the process, especially when we're locking ourselves into such a long-term agreement. I would like to see P&O's expected outcomes with estimated milestones presented. I know Commissioner Wiscombe also brought that up. Perhaps my language is slightly different, but I do agree with her. And I would like to see how the city proposes what they plan to do to hold P&O accountable if and when they don't hit those milestones. The mall's been a failure for the last 10, 15 years. They haven't done the maintenance. And regardless of whose shoulders that's on, I would like to make sure that that doesn't happen again. The investors haven't shown us what they're going to change other than aesthetic improvements at this time. And a bunch of lights, pretty pavers don't draw in customers. That's really the true concern at this time. There has to be a major change. And I would like them to come back to us with a true comprehensive plan that will revitalize this mall and benefit Santa Barbara. They need to give us something that gives us the impression that they can actually operate a successful mall in Santa Barbara's unique environment. Santa Barbara cannot be compared to Simi Valley or to other strip malls. It's very different. It was initiated for different purposes. And today we're dealing with a different environment in our community that may mirror other communities, but it's not identical, and it needs to be taken into consideration. Otherwise, the city has to seriously consider another vision to change the use of this area. There's absolutely no reason that I can find at this point to give another 28 years to this effort. Also, we shouldn't have to wait any longer to renegotiate and improve solutions that provide flexibility and monetization for the city and lays out a new and fair agreement to go into business with a partner who wants what's best for us so that both sides benefit. And a partner who says that they have Santa Barbara's best interest at heart would want to do the same. To be willing to renegotiate, to allow the public to feel proud of what's coming forward, to feel trust, to feel confidence that this vision that P&O is expressing to us actually is something that would make us feel confident to move forward with them. And I don't think that that's taking place at this moment. If we decide that we really do want a mall, it would be great to find ways to continue forward with P&O. We can ally with them, we can help them, we can support them on our unique, the unique considerations that we consider important for Santa Barbara, but it's not right for us to actually pay them for it and to give them all sorts of major breaks when we're not seeing that in exchange. Now, as it stands, there's too much for us in the loss column, not enough in the profit column. And this is a real disservice to the city, especially when no one is helping local restaurants and store owners with their investments to keep them open. There's a need to have a plan in place that connects all of the aspects of the CBD. Downtown works together. When one end fails, we all fail. And it is in our best interest that our strategic long-term plan address a rebuild, a reimagination, a reorganization of the downtown environment, which includes both Paseo Nuevo as well as the rest of the area, and how they will all work together to benefit one another. These are not independent efforts. These are deeply intertwined and need to be treated that way. And if I would like to say, if City Council decides to move forward with this version of the development plan, then I urge them to rethink the agreement itself. If we have to continue, I recommend starting with the long-term comprehensive master plan. Now, I called it something else, but Vice Chair Wiscombe was certainly on the right track, and I would support the terminology in her recommendation. I believe that the applicant needs to start there and take into consideration all of the supporting documents that have come to light that relate to Paseo Nuevo as part of their proposal and address those items and the importance of those issues in the development agreement. It should include findings from our Cosmont report that was put out last year, although a lot of those things have now changed. It's important for us to really focus on the current needs for Santa Barbara as we face these devastating results of the pandemic in our community. The way that the development agreement was drafted no longer applies to our city. And Mr. Coton was very transparent when he commented on that at our first hearing on the 13th. I believe it was the 13th. I really appreciated his candidness to address that. And I think that we cannot miss that message. So I would urge City Council to mandate seeing more of those supporting materials that was not afforded to us at the Planning Commission level. Now, I understand there's confidentiality in place, but I would request, I would suggest that if they can't access it directly, that they at least request our legal counsel to set up a format to view and advise on that confidential information where they can at least provide some of the materials that can be shared. I understand financial items may require, confidentiality for all parties. I think that's respectable, but there's a lot of information we've requested that should be made accessible, and we have to find a way to do that. Whatever that might look like, I believe City Council will find an appropriate pathway that is legal and that will benefit them as decision-making bodies. And if it does come back to us, I would hope that as decision makers, we have access to the appropriate documentation. Now, that being said, I just want to follow that thought with the fact that, the fact that taxpayers deserve that same basic level of transparency and respect. If they are going into an agreement, we as a city, we as taxpayers are going into an agreement, it has to be fair and it cannot be one-sided. And it's our duty as public servants and taxpayers ourselves to be able to support that need. Materials and the presentations that have been provided thus far are conceptual at best, without certain information to back it up. It comes across as not credible. It was deficient in many areas, and the city needs to feel comfortable and confident to enter a balanced agreement that does not create liabilities or disservice to the public. As a part of the revised development agreement, I would like to see a few things, and I believe that Vice Chair Wiscombe addressed these. My wording might be different, but just in case, I want to just say it here on record, and if it's appropriate and if it fits, if it hasn't been covered, I'd like to make sure it's there. As part of that revised development agreement, I personally would like to see rent paid to the city with a clear, regular payment plan with real-time inflation that follows the market, milestones of regular upgrades and progress reports to the city, and enforcement. If milestones are not met, what penalties or repercussions will be implemented? For me, that's very important so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. To conclude, I would just like to say that I can't personally feel comfortable voting in agreement to language I don't understand or to make a decision on agreement that does not include proper supporting evidence. And as I said before, the current documentation as it stands now is not thorough enough. It doesn't feel credible enough. It's not transparent enough for the public good. And therefore my vote is to lean towards no, or at least go back to the drawing board and figure out a way that we can make this an approval with these terms. But in any case, as it stands now, I would absolutely say no. But I do think that we are onto something here and we can work together to find a way to move forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Before we go on to Commissioner Escobedo, Mr. Bolton, could you please put back up on the screen page 96 of 118 in our packet? This is what Ms. Knecht was advising us on, the Planning Commission findings and recommendations. This page is longer than what we now see on the screen. I don't know if you can just slightly reduce it, but still make it legible. I'll let you work on that. I think Commissioner Escobedo is next. Are you feeling ready to move into comments, Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. Thank you. I think Vice Chair Wiscombe really hit it on the head, and I'm very impressed. And the additional comments from Commissioner Bonderson, Lodge, and Higgins, it put a finer point on it. And I've been thinking about this a lot, and we've had two extremely substantive meetings on this development agreement. And one thing that has somewhat bothered me from the beginning is the process. And I think before I get into the specifics of the development agreement itself, I do want to comment on the process and what's gotten us here today. I asked Mr. Coton in one of the hearings, how often is a major piece of a development agreement realized before we have an official agreement? And he responded, never. And I'm referring to the $20 million investment. And I just, in addition to that, to not have a value for what the extension is worth going into this negotiation is somewhat irresponsible. And I don't believe that in the future we should do negotiations like that. We need to know what it's worth. And Vice Chair Wiscombe hit it on the head. I would like to see staff authorized to calculate exactly what that worth is so that we can then negotiate terms that are fair. At this point, what is presented in this development agreement, it is, in my opinion, not up to what the extension is actually worth. And in many ways, it only perpetuates many of the downsides to the original ground lease. And so I'm going to start there and move on into more specifics about, I too believe that things have just changed dramatically since the first term sheet that came to council. And even at that time, although it was unanimous, there were still concerns that were raised amongst council members. And they were told that we could address those when we got the development agreement. Well, then COVID happened, and we had a second council hearing to reaffirm those terms on that non-binding term sheet. And further concerns were raised, although it did pass unanimously, but they were once again told, when we see the development agreement, that's when we can have those discussions. Well, we have the development agreement now. And from the original proposal by the P&O group, we have seen a further decline in retail. We have had a pandemic, which on its own is reason enough to revisit this development agreement. We've had changes in our city from, we now have the priority overlay in the CBD. And we have the opening of State Street. We have the De La Guerra Plaza work group making great progress that really creates an opportunity for some synergy and some symbiotic relationships between what we are doing at the De La Guerra Plaza, what we're doing on State Street, and it could be what we are doing at the Ortega building, the Paseo Nuevo mall property, and hopefully Nordstrom's. And so I do believe in having a comprehensive approach, a balanced redevelopment plan, as has been mentioned numerous times, so that we have a symbiotic relationship in how we're approaching what our post-COVID world is going to look like. And I sincerely believe a lot of the decisions that we are making during COVID are going to be foundational in shaping the next decade, 2 decades, 3 decades of what our city is going to look like. And so what I would have, a development agreement as it is pre-COVID, I would have been very skeptical of, but given all the circumstances that have changed since then, I too am a no as currently constructed. A couple of topics that Vice Chair Wiscombe brought up that I want to address. There is no, even if it is not due at the end of the lease, there's no reason a city of our size should have a $2 billion loan of any sort, let alone a $40 billion loan, if this were to carry out to the extension in 2093. We should not be agreeing to an extension that makes this property essentially rent-free in perpetuity. And so I'm strongly in support of the termination of the loan at the end of the current ground lease term in 45 years. I would at that time like to see some mechanism for calculating what fair rent would be, a base rent and a participation rent. Vice Chair Wiscombe brought up the point about the current leasehold for the Ortega building is under the P&O group. So at minimum, that needs to be incorporated into the development agreement. I liked the idea of a time period following the execution of the development agreement for it to, if the Nordstrom's building is acquired by the P&O group, for it to be incorporated. I would even go as far to say, rather than 12 months, 18 months. And so those are the ones that I kind of wanted to touch on. I think housing is critical. And so if we need to incorporate revisiting the ground leases so that we can allow housing, we have the priority overlay. Every model that we've looked at, that we are looking at for the downtown corridor incorporates housing. And we've hired enough consultants now to know that housing is an important facet of the revitalization of our downtown. And so those are my comments, Madam Chair. I think Vice Chair Wiscombe and my fellow commissioners have honestly done a great job articulating it. But as currently constructed, I am a no. I'm open to the conversation of that Commissioner Lodge brought up of, do we say yes with these conditions or amendments to the development agreement? I think I have a preference for saying no, because, and outlining the different reasons why, or the different recommendations we have to council, but I could be swayed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Let's see, Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just had a question for Ms. Connect. My understanding is, there she is. Thank you. My understanding is that if the Planning Commission votes to disapprove with findings, that Paseo Nuevo owners may appeal this to City Council in the form that it's in now. Is that correct? That it gets appealed just as we saw it. Is that correct?
If they chose to appeal, it would get appealed as it is, correct? Okay. And then the record with whatever findings or determinations or reason for the disapproval would go to the City Council.
Oh, okay. And if we...
There wouldn't be any negotiations on a change to the DA in the interim period.
In the interim period. Okay.
Correct.
But if we recommended approval with, if we said approve with conditions, the conditions actually can be watered down as the process moves on, correct? In other words, the City Council could accept one of our conditions and not the other. But if we disapprove and it does get appealed, the council is going to see exactly what we saw with our comments.
That's right. And my understanding is if it's approved subject to these recommended modifications, then that also will go to council in that format too, that the applicant, the recommendation will be to approve, but the applicant will, I think, appeal the conditions that, or the modifications that they would disagree with. So there wouldn't be any watering down of those modifications prior to council seeing those suggested modifications by the planning commission. So the whole package would go to council as suggested by the planning commission.
Oh, okay. So, because I recall at I think our first hearing, you said if we recommend approval with conditions, the conditions might be accepted or they might not.
By the city council?
Yes, yes. But if we disapprove, then city council is going to see exactly what we saw. So that, I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right. I think they're going to, the city council is going to see what you suggest exactly as you suggested either way. Whether or not city council approves, goes along and says, go back and further negotiate.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. I just want to thank you very much. Madam Chair, I'm very sorry for the interruptions. Thank you, Ms.
No problem. And Commissioner Wiscombe, do we now have a document with just your proposed recommendations? Does staff have that now? I can't hear you. Hold on one moment.
You can't hear me because I didn't have my mic on.
I see. So it's this document. Okay. And what I want to do, very good. Okay. So we do have it.
And I think Ms. DeBus probably also has my findings document, which I also emailed to her. So yeah. Okay. Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In going into my deliberations, I don't need to say too much because my colleagues have really covered so much. And I'm in alignment with much of what I heard, almost all of it. Mr. Bolton, could you just go back now to Commissioner Wiscombe's document? There are 3 recommendations that I want to touch on in my own deliberations. I don't have a page number. So, and there are 3 recommendations. Can you find something pertaining to negotiating market rate annual payments? I made a note for myself. I don't know what page that might be on. Maybe the prior page. It starts with, what did I write down? City council direct staff and Coton to negotiate. I'm having to lean into the screen. Oh yes, I see that now towards the bottom of this page. So could you please just move that up a bit, Mr. Bolton? Yes, so those 3, yes, I want to touch on those. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. And then I'm going to come back to Ms. Connect again after the my deliberations and ask a question. So I want to really start with expressing my appreciation to staff, especially Assistant City Attorney Connect, for her legal counsel throughout this process and support in our hearings and also in separate phone calls with me as the weeks have unfolded. And though Mr. Coton is not online with us today, I'm grateful for his participation as our city's real estate finance consultant with the significant history that he has on the project. It's also been highly informative for us to have the P&O and Pacific Retail representatives available by way of responding to our commission's questions on August 13th and August 27th. And I'm grateful to my commission colleagues for their amazing dedication to what I think of as investigative pursuit of facts and diligent preparation for each of our hearings. So where are we as a city? Where are we? I believe that our city is at a critical crossroads. in that our central business district, referred to as CBD, is a core economic underpinning of our city. And I want to go to these 3 recommendations now that are on the screen from Commissioner Wiscombe and bring them all together by saying, to do a quick rewind 30 years ago, and then a fast forward to where we are today. 30 years ago, the property was under the auspices of our redevelopment agency. And in the years that ensued, where ultimately, Ms. Connect can remind me of the exact year, we don't need to identify it, when the redevelopment agencies were dissolved by the state legislature, and our city had to fight to retain many of the properties that were under our RDA. And the argument made, as I understand it, for our city, or the successor agency, which is our city to the redevelopment agency, to retain the boundaried area of the mall within our own, under our own ownership, as opposed to giving it over to the state to sell and liquidate. A primary argument we made, and I believe Mr. Coton was part of the calculation in making this argument for us to the state, as to why we should keep this property and not have the state sell it, is that it had almost no value. Now you say, how could these hundreds of thousands of square feet in downtown Santa Barbara have no value? That's why I want these recommendations on the screen. Because of the great likelihood, almost guaranteed probability, that our city, the successor agency, the owner of the property, will never get rent. And I just want that to sink in, because it's really quite shocking. And I don't know of another landlord in Santa Barbara, let alone our central business district, that doesn't receive compensation from leaseholders, whether it's a ground lease or it's some other type of a lease. So looking at these 3 recommendations that tie together pursuing, let's look at the specific language, pursuing a development agreement that at a minimum incorporates the mall and the 2 anchor buildings is important. Let's go to the next one. Negotiating a market rate annual payment, whatever it's called, and a mechanism for determining that, and as a basis for even considering a 28-year lease extension, is part of the financial rebalancing, as I'll call it, in this deal between the city, which means the public, and a leaseholder. And this 3rd recommendation pertaining to the 1989 $2 million loan, which is now escalated so far into the millions and ultimately the billions, that's in some ways bizarrely calculated to be connected to rent, also must be completely overhauled as a basis for any leasehold continuation, that is with the 28-year or any other lease extension. And I want to say we're not asking the P&O Pacific retail representatives to be online with us today, but I'm confident they're listening. This is not personal. It's not about individuals. It's not about what one thinks of one another. This is a business deal between the public interest, the public, Santa Barbara, the city, and a leaseholder, a private leaseholder, right in the heart of our downtown. So let me go to some bullet points that sort of top of line thoughts for me as I've looked back at our August 13th and our August 27th hearings. And again, it starts to answer for me the question of where are we as a city? So as of July of last year, the Cosmont Company's consultant reported to the council a year ago that we had 400,000 to 500,000 square feet of excess commercial space, brick and mortar space, pre-COVID, but certainly as the Amazon effect was taking place. and other factors were in play. Just as of last month, according to the data I obtained from the Radius Commercial Group, we had 551,000 square feet of unleased retail space, and as of last month, that includes the Nordstrom building, and 361,000 square feet of unleased office space. And now that the council has fortunately enacted new zoning, and this is per our commission's recommendation, that went into effect September 3rd to incent residential development throughout our central business district, we must evaluate every project, I believe, through the lens of urgent integrated residential mixed use. And I stated at the outset of this item today, we can't even do that. We can't even spend time contemplating that. The open air mall, Macy's building, Nordstrom building, because of the use constraints written into these leases from 30 years ago. So it cries out for renegotiation of these leases. Let me continue. I also believe that we cannot afford years of slowly climbing up out of long mounting environment of excess commercial square feet. Now, the P&O Pacific retail representatives' answers to our questions last month, unfortunately, and it pains me to say this, but today is a day of sobering candor, leaves me with great doubt over their readiness to further invest in long overdue mall revitalization that requires multiple lease renegotiations, as we all now know, and also a lack of evidence of their long-term commitment to our city. I'm sorry, but it's just not been proven to me. In fact, just last week, there was a media announcement that Pacific Retail partnered with Golden East investors to buy 5 distressed malls from Starwood Capital Group. And the new owners were quoted in the Wall Street Journal and elsewhere saying they will reposition the malls as mixed-use properties. Well, gosh, we would certainly like to see that, and we must have that in our mall real estate here in Santa Barbara. So on the one hand, someone might say, well, that's their business to buy additional distressed malls. However, it's our business here in Santa Barbara and our planning commission's business as overseers of the public good to ask these important questions and make very courageous recommendations back to the council. A number of us have discovered through our inquiries of the P&O Pacific retail representatives that at this time, there actually is not evidence of a, quote, commitment to the balanced redevelopment plan for the leased premises that's referenced in the development agreement on page 3. And you've heard a number of commissioners reference this. And quite frankly, therefore, I cannot conclude that there is a real intention by way of evidence of P&O Pacific Retail even submitting to the city a balanced redevelopment plan for the lease premises. Again, I'm looking for proof. And I went to Pacific Retail's website some weeks ago as we began this process. And Paseo Nuevo is one of 8 malls across the country that are listed on their website in different states. And though it's not our business to evaluate what's going on with their ownership of these malls and partnership structures, revitalization, which malls might be failing or successful, what I am left asking myself after all these hours of inquiry and all the reading we've all done is, where in the scheme of their portfolio all these properties, does the Santa Barbara Paseo Nuevo Mall and now the Macy's lease fit in to their actual commitments? And I want to begin concluding in terms of my assessment regarding that. So at this point, I'm left candidly asking myself the hard question and the painful question, quite frankly, of what is Pacific Retail's fundamental interest in Santa Barbara? The hundreds of thousands of square feet that comprise Paseo Nuevo Mall and the two now empty anchor buildings immediately adjacent to the backbone of downtown, in my opinion, obligate our commission. They certainly, I feel an obligation personally, to make findings for disapproval of this drafted, highly flawed proposed development agreement, and in turn, offer the city council a way forward for a balanced, realistic, forward-looking set of recommendations that indeed truly support our city's, that is the public's, interests. And again, I agree overall with my colleagues' comments. I don't have anything else to add at this time. So I'm going to bring it back to the rest of the commission. And if we could, Mr. Bolton, please put back up on the screen page 96 of 118 of our package. I don't know, Commissioner Wiscombe, you led off the deliberations. I don't want to put you on the spot again, but to ask you if you have any interest in beginning the process of looking at our options and whether or not we can make these findings 1A, 1B, 1C, and where that puts us ultimately then in number 2 on our screen, A, B, or C, in terms of a majority vote with some findings, and as a companion to findings, perhaps a package of recommendations back to the council. Please, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could address these findings and then the findings that I made, I would appreciate that. So you want me to address 1A, B, and C. 1A, that the development agreement is consistent with the general plan and any applicable specific plan.
You don't have to take them in. You don't have to take them individually if you just want to say A, B, C, and if you have some kind of conclusive thoughts. I mean, any way you feel comfortable handling it is just fine.
Well, I can't make these findings because I truly believe that this development agreement is not in the best interest of our city and our citizens, and as Commissioner Bonderson said, our taxpayers, and also I think it's a highly flawed document that really needs work. So I'm more attuned to the findings that I could make about the specific development agreement. I also believe that it's not consistent with our general plan in some ways because it doesn't provide any balance, and housing is one of our top priorities. I understand housing can't be done here, but they've shown a lot of pretty drawings with housing. And I just feel that we should be going back to the drawing board with this.
So Commissioner Wiscombe, let's go to number 2 on the screen, which shows 3 paths for the Planning Commission in terms of a vote. If you could scroll up, Mr. Bolton, for a moment, please. We have 2, A, B, and C. And if you would go, let's see, where were we?
Yeah. You want to go
keep
2.
I think we went a little We want to
Wanna
go
go
to number
down.
2. There we go. Keep going because there's some language under C that's important for the commission to just have on the screen. Thank you. So back to you, Commissioner Wiscombe, and let's see if we can continue to move this forward. Are you in a position at this time to put forward your recommended vote, and then we can get to findings and so forth?
Yes, my recommended vote is, or my vote is to, that the development agreement be disapproved, C. And I am prepared to take that vote with findings and also with some of the recommendations that I made initially. But I think those should be taken separately. I think the findings are what's important. And the findings that I drafted are both general to a holistic development plan, which I've heard for our downtown area, and also specific to this particular development agreement, but I think they go hand in hand.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for a moment. I want to see if there's agreement about an efficient process that we might use. We can do this a couple of different ways. I can go right down the line, and you can simply, each one of my colleagues and myself can say, we're in favor of voting, A, B, or C. If it's B, we still need modifications. If it's C, we probably need additional findings other than the ones we can't make above on this page. And Commissioner Wiscombe will share with us, there'll be a screen sharing of her proposed findings. But I think right now, I'd like to see very kind of quickly if there is a majority, and that means 4 of 6 of us, that's what's required, 4 of 6, to coalesce around A, B, or C. Is everybody okay with me going down the line to see what your top line thoughts are in A, B, or C? And then we can come back around, okay, again, by majority vote. So Ms. Rydell, are you available? I'd like to do this by voice vote so that it's documented.
I am available, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's go ahead, and we're going to start again with Commissioner Wiscombe, even because it was an informal comment by her. Let's go to A, B, or C, just as a kind of a starting point in our majority vote today. Yes or no?
So are we going through each A, B, and C, or are we just
No,
voting?
We're just going to say A, B, or C.
Okay, so you just want me to go through the
yes, please.
The board.
And we'll start with yes, please.
All right, we'll start with Commissioner Lodge. A, B, or C?
We can't hear you, Commissioner Lodge. I'm sorry.
C.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
C.
Commissioner Higgins?
I'm a C, and also, Madam Chair, I can make a motion with findings for denial and then with recommended actions to the council. I'm ready to do that when you're ready to hear.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes on C.
Commissioner Escobedo?
C.
Chair Schwartz?
C.
All right, it looks like the commission is unified on item C.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Rydell, for being available. So we're now looking at 2C. And before we proceed, I would like to ask Ms. Connect, please, to come online, just so I'm clear, by way of being the chair and facilitating. So the language, I'm sorry, Mr. Bolton, I'm really putting you to work today. The language that's at the top of this page, it's E as in Edward, Planning Commission findings and recommendations. In that we are by a unanimous vote going with 2C, which is to disapprove the development agreement, and we will be making findings. Since we cannot make these findings, do we need to articulate that we cannot make findings 1A, B, and C? Then we come down to voting on 2C with our own findings of disapproval. Ms. Connect?
it seems to me that you can make the findings in that you have really what I've heard, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but you've really found that it's inconsistent with the general plan, have you not?
Correct.
And that you've found that it is not in the public necessity or general welfare of the citizens, and that there is inadequate consideration. So it seems to me that you can make the findings, but they're in the negative instead of the positive. And then in addition to the findings here that are laid out, it seems to me that you also have additional findings that Vice Chair Wiscombe has suggested.
Correct. You're tracking with us. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So what we've decided is, and Ms. Rydell took our vote, that in disapproving the development agreement, we cannot make the findings in E1A, B, and C. Okay. So make sure everybody's following. And now we're going to go to our own findings, and I would appreciate, since Commissioner Wiscombe has gone to the length of drafting her own recommended findings to share with us, could we please put that document up on the screen? And let's all take a look at these. And I know Commissioner Higgins, you wanted to participate, but I would like us all, as opposed to trying to wordsmith a longer list on the fly, if we could expand this language so it's legible, Mr. Bolton. And we may have to go, we may have to continue to scroll down. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to point out that these findings are, there's 14 of them, so there's 2 pages of them. But I think my feeling is that they send a message about, a general message about what we're talking about in a general, holistic, balanced redevelopment plan for the downtown. And they also apply specifically to the development agreement that was before us. So you're going to find some specificity and some very general findings here. But I think pretty much they mostly covered what commissioners had to say. So I'll be interested to see, and perhaps it would be best to just take them one by one and do a straw poll on them. Do you think?
Well, let me ask. Yes, that's an interesting proposition. Ms. DeBusk, you've come online. Would you like to speak to us in terms of process now?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Just in starting to read some of these findings, they look to me to be more of the reasons why you cannot make the mandatory findings. So I think they should be framed in that manner rather than as additional findings.
Okay, so with that, Commissioner Wiscombe, was there anything else you wanted to say by way of starting our process? Okay, so there's an idea that we could take these one by one. I don't want to do it so formal that we do a straw poll. That's a lot of formality. But I also want to capture every commissioner's comments. Commissioner Higgins, I know you wanted to participate in this. I want to give you an opportunity. Are you comfortable, or do you have any other thoughts about how to move through and move through Commissioner Wiscombe's findings?
Well, I can't read Commissioner Wiscombe's findings. I only see 3 of them. So
well, we're going to scroll down. We're going to continue to scroll down as we go through them.
I think that's rather awkward, but if you'd allow me one opportunity to make a motion, if I could get Mr. Bolton to put back the draft findings that were in the staff report that was the slide before. And if you look, Madam Chair and my fellow commissioners, and I don't remember if this was pointed out earlier, but we have draft findings in our staff report to approve. And,
these are the ones, Commissioner Higgins, that we cannot make. That's why we're going with 2C.
That. Okay, so, right, but we haven't talked about why yet. So my motion is that we disapprove of the development agreement because I personally can't make the findings in 1A, B, or C. 1A is a little bit amorphous for me because the general plan and the specific plan pertain to construction related improvements. And if you look at the staff report, that's how that finding was propped up to begin with, that the improvements that P&O made or were planning on making were consistent with sort of the EPV guidelines and our design standards. But the core of my problem really is 1B and C. This particular project or development agreement extension is not in conformance with public necessity, convenience, general welfare, or good zoning practices. So it comes down to general welfare and public necessity. There is no public necessity for this extension. 1C, the development agreement provides assurances the developer has the right to do it. There's no consideration really to the city. I think we've talked at length in terms of monetary consideration and just bad business terms that Commissioner Wiscombe got into in detail. So those are the findings for disapproving the agreement that I would support. That's my motion. It might be best to take a separate motion on whether or not we can all agree that Commissioner Wiscombe's additional reasons that she's outlined in writing are appropriate guidance or suggestions from the commission and the council because they're very detailed. And I would like to, I'd suggest we take that separately. I believe I'll be able to support those, but at this point, it might be from an order of a business standpoint, best to just stick to the findings that we're being asked to make and then go from there. Just a suggestion.
Okay. I'd like to take a creative approach if everyone would let me make a recommendation. I like Commissioner Higgins' suggestion about first voting, and we would ask Ms. Rydell, I think, to do a voice vote on just what Commissioner Higgins mentioned in terms of, with some slight specificity added to A, B, and C, why we cannot make these findings 1A, B, and C in conjunction with our vote for 2C. We take that vote, and then let's come back. I would like to come back to Commissioner Wiscombe's document of findings. And so let's do that first, if we could. Ms. Rydell, if you would please, just so we have it on the record that there's a majority vote. I know we voted on 2C. Commissioner Wiscombe.
Madam Chair, we don't have a second on Commissioner Higgins, and
I realize that.
I'll second it. I just wanted to do that before we voted.
Thank you. I was really getting ahead of myself, being eager to move this along, but too eager. Okay, so we have a first and a second, Higgins and Wiscombe. Is there any discussion on the motion before we go to Ms. Rydell? No, none from me either. Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on 1A, B, and C that we have before us on the screen?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
That we are not making the findings.
Yes.
It's kind of in the negative as misconnect articulated for us, yes.
Yeah, so the motion is that the commission disapproves the development agreement on the basis that they cannot make the findings 1A, B, and C. Perfect. Correct. All right, I will start with Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Chair Schwartz?
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good idea, Commissioner Higgins. Okay, let's now come back if we could. And Mr. Bolton, if you would please put up on the screen again, Commissioner Wiscombe's document of her recommended findings. And we're gonna have to scroll through these. How many items are there? Did you say 14, Commissioner Wiscombe?
There are 14, and I'm just thinking if you take them in groups of 3, we can probably, and let each commissioner take some time reading them and then make comments or say, no, I don't like that one or whatever, then I think we can get through it fairly quickly.
Madam Chair, just a suggestion. If we were in person, somebody would have printed this out and handed it to us. So I don't see any reason why it couldn't be emailed to us right now. And that would give us, at least I can't see that screen, and I'd like to read them holistically without scrolling. Is that possible? I see Ms. Ostranger swinging in to give us some guidance on that. Thank you.
Yes, that's possible. It can be emailed to each of the commissioners, but we do need to make them available for the public. So Mr. Bolton would need to slowly scroll through them so that the public can see them as you deliberate on them as well.
Okay, so let's do that. Ms. Kokinda, you're online now.
Madam Chair, and just a clarification question from Ms. Ostranger. I'm wondering if we could add the handout, attach the handout to the webinar for members of the public, if that would satisfy it as well.
Ms. Kokinda, through the chair, is that a link that they can then connect?
So I can try adding it as a handout. And so everyone joining us by webinar would be able to review the file. Again, it wouldn't necessarily, it probably doesn't work as I'm thinking about it for City TV folks as they're tuning in that way.
Okay.
But I can at least add it as an additional opportunity, but it seems like Mr. Bolton might have to scroll through.
Yeah, I think that's actually, to add to that, I agree, that's a good way to go. But yeah, Mr. Bolton will need to scroll through it slowly.
Yes.
And just so the public has the opportunity to see it. And he can do that while it's being emailed if he'd like.
Okay, so Mr. Bolton, if you would please email that. I don't know if you need to do that through Ms. Rydell to get to all of our email addresses. Personally, I'm going to rely on what we have on the screen. As chair, I don't want to do a split screen trying to read my email while I'm in this chair role. So I'm going to rely on Mr. Bolton to keep the text enlarged and to scroll very slowly. Now, well, not yet, Mr. Bolton. Go back up to 1, please. So let's take a moment. Mr. Bolton, or somebody tell me, does he need 5 minutes to email that out, or is it done now? Can anybody look at their emails and tell me if that's accomplished?
Madam Chair, this is Ellen Kokinda. I think that Mrs. DeBusk will be emailing it out, and so that will allow Timmy to manage it on screen.
Okay. Ms. DeBusk, do you need 5 minutes to get that handled?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's take, it's almost 5 o'clock. Let's come back at 5:05. We're going to take a very quick break. Thank you. And you'll get in your emails for those who want to refer to it by email. Thank you. We'll be back in 5. Planning Commission meeting for September 17th, 2020. And I'll wait till all of the commissioners are back online to make a comment about how we're going to proceed here. I'll let everybody return from brief break. And Mr. Bolton, if you could please put up on the screen Commissioner Wiscom's findings document. So for the commissioners who want to follow through their own email, go ahead and do that. Again, I'm going to be looking at our screen here. And I think Commissioner Wiscom had a good idea that if we take these in threes, because they fit nicely on the screen, enlarged, for us to make it legible, that's helpful. Before we start with number one, I just had a conference with Miss Ostranger. She and Assistant City Attorney Connect are right now, as we speak, working on some language for us as further introductory language that we will need in providing, we may call them supplemental findings, something like that, beyond the findings that are on page 96 of 118 in our package that we just took by way of a vote, unanimous vote. So just know that our two assistant city attorneys are working on that language right now as a sidebar, and we can now start with consideration in groups of 3 of Commissioner Wiscom's findings. Does anybody have a thought? I don't have to be the one to structure this. Does anybody have a thought? Commissioner Higgins?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. I actually think all of these are appropriate and give good guidance to council as to the nitty-gritty beyond the holistic findings. In fact, actually, some of these, you know, if I had this before we took our first vote, we could have folded these in, but it's of no consequence now. I just wanted to ask Commissioner Wiscom about number 8.
Well, could we just hold, but let's just wait, Commissioner Higgins, because I'd like to see if there are any other, I'd like to do it in groups of 3. So while we have this on our screen, if we're all in agreement.
What do you mean do what? What are we doing?
There are 14 items on this in this document from Commissioner Wiscom. We're going to go through all 14. So what's easy to have up on the screen that you see now on the screen is the first 3. So if we go 3 and 3 and so forth, for those of us like myself who are just reading off the screen, we can all kind of track together and read together and decide if we're all in agreement with these findings. Groups of 3. That's what I meant. Is that okay then?
Just so you know, Madam Chair and everybody, I'm okay with all of them. I just had a question on number 8. So
okay, we'll get to that. Very good. We don't have to discuss any of this if everybody's just going to basically say thumbs up. You have questions, comments, any discussion on 1, 2, or 3 by way of what I'll call for now supplemental findings. No, I don't see anybody wants to further discuss it. And I see a big thumbs up from Commissioner Lodge, so I know we're ready to proceed. Okay, let's go to 4, 5, 6. And by the way, as Mr. Bolton is scrolling through to go to the next group of 3, that is 4, 5, 6, I want to just take the liberty as chair to comment that I think this additional detail is going to be very helpful for the city council. I mean, they have, as we know, far-ranging agenda every Tuesday. And so to the extent that we have spent 9+ hours and then plus today's hearing, they're looking for this kind of detail from us, I believe, because they will not have the time to do the deep analysis that we have done and the diligence. So Thanks again to Commissioner Wiscombe. Let's go now to 456. Let's take a moment and read that, whether it's, in your email or on the screen live here. Commissioner Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'd like to get the feedback of my fellow commissioners on number 6. Maybe it's a part of another, and maybe this is a question for Vice Chair Wiscombe. Did I hear you correctly that we would recommend removing all first-class malls as defined in the clause and just provide objective, measurable performance standards? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, Commissioner Escobedo, yes, that's exactly what we would strike out any reference to malls, because the Simi Valley Town Center Mall is in there, and that went into default in 2019. So this is a moving target for malls. So I think we need measurable standards by which to performance standards by which to judge whether this is a first-class retail and commercial center.
If I may, Madam Chair, follow up on that. Vice Chair Wiscombe, what are your thoughts about maybe keeping some of those successful malls that were listed in the clause and enumerating the objective and measurable performance standards that made us incorporate those into the development agreement? What is it that makes a first-class malls, I guess, where I don't know if you have any thoughts about that or if I clearly stated it enough.
Well, you did clearly state it. The reason why I wanted to remove those malls is because, as Chair Schwartz said, 5 malls were just purchased by 5 malls that were in trouble were just purchased by Pacific Retail, who's partnering for their redevelopment. So I think at this point, our retail, brick and mortar retail centers are a moving target with COVID and with all that's going on, and with the online shopping that the increase in online e-commerce shopping. So I think that it would be better to remove them. We could certainly develop objective and measurable performance standards from the ones that are still operating and successfully operating, but and that might be the way to go, but I don't think that we should be referencing malls in a development agreement that potentially extends the lease from 2065 to 2093. It's just too far out. We do need objective and measurable performance standards.
Thank you. Just one moment, Commissioner Escobedo. Ms. Ostranger, did you want to assist us at this point where we are in our discussion?
Yes. Chair Schwartz, I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. These are findings why you can't support a project. It's not a recommendation or a negotiation for what would go into the development agreement. So what Commissioner Wiscombe has done here is looked at the existing document and say, development agreement, and say, we can't accept it this way. So you don't need to go on and say, but we could if you did this. You're just saying why you as it was currently presented to you.
That works for me.
Yeah, I think of it, Commissioner Escobedo, as sort of the deficiency, what is lacking, and then we can get to, if it's the desire of the commission, additional separate recommendations, which is what we would suggest to the council they do consider incorporating into some development agreement at some point, at their discretion. So that's my thought. And then I saw Commissioner Lodge's hand up.
Just a quick question. I looked at the shopping center that was most frequently referred to in the presentation by P&O. And it's in Southern California, a suburban mall surrounded by acres of parking and just in no way comparable to what we have in Santa Barbara. So I think it was inappropriate to be there in the first place.
Okay, so again, we're talking about what's lacking in the development agreement. We already voted as to what we think of the development agreement overall. So on findings, supplemental findings, I'm going to continue to refer to them that way, 4, 5, and 6. Anybody have any concerns with this being part of our documented communication back to council? Can everybody read that if you're looking at your email or on the screen? Okay. I don't have any concerns myself. Go ahead, Mr. Bolton. Let's scroll through then to 7, 8, 9. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Okay, let's take a moment and read 7, 8, and 9. Okay, comments about 7, 8, and 9. Now, Commissioner Higgins, you wanted to talk about 8, I think you said?
Yeah, so are these the studies that were given to us last minute? Okay, so I want to just, I don't know how to do this, but I'll just say it. I'm not sure. This is a little bit, I don't know. I don't mean to say something inappropriate, but it seems like a little schizophrenic. We kind of think there ought to be residential downtown, and they give us some exhibits that are residential in nature, but then we say, gotcha, it's not allowed right now. So I don't think maybe there's a better way of saying this. This is just my thought. I'm not going to get in the way of this really. I just have a little bit of concern about that in that it's a little bit talking out of both sides of our mouth. I think we want to see something like this, but it just wasn't substantial or significant or meaningful enough, especially coming in at the last minute. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. I'm wondering, pardon me for jumping in, inserting myself here, Commissioner Higgins, and also to Commissioner Wiscombe. I'm wondering if there's another finding that could sort of be a companion to this, because what we're talking about are studies or architectural schematics showing a use that is not currently allowed in any of the legal documents, any of them. So that cries out for a renegotiation of those documents to allow for the use that we want incorporated into the redevelopment, all redevelopment downtown, but certainly at San Nuevo. Commissioner Wiscombe, wow, what are your thoughts, since you're the author of this, along with some of the other findings? No, but I'm looking to you as the originator. You could, what all of the other findings, how they're the language in the other findings.
Well, I think that from what Commissioner Higgins is saying and what you're saying, Madam Chair, we could add the uses on the subject properties do not permit residential development at this time, and therefore require renegotiation to permit residential uses.
Yes, to staff. Let's ask staff. That's excellent. That's where I was going. I don't know if you feel the same way, Commissioner Higgins, but that's what I was thinking of, because therein lies the rub, to use a non-technical term. I mean, we can't do it unless the parties, that is the city and the leaseholder, renegotiate these underlying documents, underlying contractual documents. Would that satisfy your thoughts, Commissioner Higgins, if we sort of look to see if we have agreement on some revised version of a number 8?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm thinking actually number 8, we could say something like too little too late. The exhibits provided don't do enough to really substantiate where the city wants to go. It's a little bit tough because we just gave some flowering comments last week or whatever that was about project for residential development on State Street when it's not yet ratified. So, you know, I think this is what we want. It's just not. It's not good enough. This doesn't solve for a lot of the specific questions. Plus, it was just way too late in the process. They should have started with this 3 years ago.
Yeah. Commissioner Wiscombe, any thoughts before we go to the other commissioners? And I may have some more thoughts myself on this.
Well, we could say these studies have been available. They've just been unwilling to give them to us until 2 days before our hearing. So we could say that the 2017, 18, and 20 studies and architectural schematics that the company provided
and let's think of deficiencies. What's lacking? What's lacking is that through the 2017, 2018, 2020 studies and architectural schematics, there have been no legal document renegotiations to allow for residential development as part of mixed use redevelopment. So, which is part of what's been shocking to me, that after 3 years, and I don't even know if the council is really aware of this. I think they're going to be by the time this goes back. So I don't know, maybe Ms. Ostranger or Ms. DeBus, does anybody have some on the fly editing suggestions for us so that I don't have to try to write this down myself while we're talking through it?
Commissioner Lodge just raised her hand.
Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what Commissioner Wiscombe, Vice Chair Wiscombe suggested perfectly responds to the concerns. Perhaps you repeat it. I don't know that anything else is needed.
Okay, let's have Ms. DeBusk. She's part of our wordsmithing on the fly A-team.
Thank you,
Chair
Ms.
DeBusk.
Thank you. Based on what I've heard, and I think this gets at Commissioner Higgins' comment that we're kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth, I think there should be some statement that about encouraging housing, that the commission wants to see housing, but those preliminary steps in order to make that a reality haven't happened yet. Something to that effect. I agree that what
like everything except for the middle sentence. The first sentence and the last sentence of that are appropriate, especially the last sentence. They're not, they're not representative enough of enough detail at all. So I think that might be more where I'm headed to.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe, and then we're going to go to Commissioner Escobedo.
Well, could we go back to what you said originally, Madam Chair, and just add the uses on the subject property do not permit residential development at this time, and therefore the commission encourages processes to take place that will allow residential uses?
I'm comfortable with something like that. Maybe Mr. Buss can work on that as well. A process means these legal documents have to be renegotiated. That's the bottom line. I mean, there has to be an allowed use for residential written into these documents. That's what Ms. Connect and I have poured over for days now to make sure we really understand what I articulated earlier. Mr. Ostranger, please.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, and to the commission, just procedurally, what I would recommend when you land on whatever language you'd like for number 8, that you state the language so that Ms. Rydell can get it, and then take a straw poll. It'll make it easier to
let's do that.
Incorporate it into the motion.
Okay. Commissioner Higgins, would you like to, I think you stepped away. I'm not sure if you heard Commissioner Wiscombe's suggested slight change for that last sentence, or Commissioner Wiscombe, would you like to suggest something? Now, I'm sorry, Commissioner Escobedo has his hand up. I don't want to discount. Okay, please, Commissioner Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if I could get some feedback on the idea of using that first sentence and following it up with, and while mixed-use development in the CBD is wanted, there's better terminology. There has been no renegotiation of the ground lease to allow residential on these properties. Something to that effect.
Yeah, and it's not just the ground lease. You'll remember at the outset of this hearing, I referenced the documents that all restrict. So we have all of the documents in one form or another preventing us currently from moving forward with residential development. Ms. Connect, can you assist us, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to suggest that it could be something to the effect that while the 2017, 2018, and 2020 studies and architectural schematics that have been recently submitted to the Commission are appreciated, none of the underlying documents on the property, including the leases and reciprocal easement agreements, currently allow for residential uses on the property.
There we go. Thank goodness for misconnect. My goodness. It takes a village. It takes this is the definition of it takes a village. Thank you, Misconnect. I hope so. Misconnect, did you actually type that up? Because I certainly hope so. It was outstanding. Misconnect, can we ask you to come back, please?
Sure. I can rewrite it and
could you, because then we're going to ask Ms. Rydell to do a straw poll as Ms. Ostringer just recommended, and we're going to go quickly down the line so we can move forward. And I want to say I appreciate everyone's patience. This is so important. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask, does anyone have any, I felt that the studies in general are not representative of the special character of Santa Barbara. Does anyone have an objection to that phrase being in there? Okay.
I don't have an objection, and I agree with you from looking at the, yeah.
Fine.
Looking at
okay, thank you. So that would be included in the revisions that Ms. Connect's making. Okay, thank you.
So Ms. Connect, could you read all the language right now, and then we're going to ask Ms. Rydell to come on and do a voice vote.
So it would be, while the Commission appreciates the 2017, 2018, and 2020 studies and architectural schematics that the company recently provided to the Commission, including mixed-use residential component, none of the underlying legal documents, including the lease and reciprocal easement agreement, currently allow residential uses on the property, period. Further, the studies in general are not representative of the special character of Santa Barbara.
Okay, end quote. That's from Misconnect to us. So that's what, end quote. That's what we're going to go with. Okay, everybody attentive to that. And Ms. Rydell, if you would please come on and do a voice vote on the language that Ms. Connect drafted for us. And this will be new language for what I'll just call a number 8.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin the straw poll. We'll start with Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
Yes.
Chair Schwartz?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Mr. Bolton, if you would start to scroll down, we're going to look at number 9. Okay, any comments on number 9? Concerns, comments? Can we all support that? Yes, nodding. Commissioner Lodge, yes, is nodding. Commissioner Higgins, yes. Okay, yes, and I am also in support. We don't need to do a poll on that. Everybody is in agreement. Ms. Rydell, you can make a note of that. Unanimous number 9. Let's move on to 10, 11, 12. Let's see how much fits on the screen. 10, 11. Yeah, let's do that. 10, 11, 12. Thank you. Let's take 10. Any questions, comments, support, concern, anything on 10? Commissioner Lodge.
My only comment is that I don't see why there shouldn't be a market rate payment to the city starting from now.
Well, that's an excellent question, Commissioner Lodge, and I have posed that to Assistant City Attorney Connect. So I would like her to come online. I know we weren't doing questions, but she's been invaluable to us. So I'm going to have you comment on why not now versus the lease extension triggered.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Lodge. So the reason is, and we really have to go back to what Chair Schwartz began the conversation with, and that goes back to the days when this project was first developed with the redevelopment agency. And as you recall, this was a classic redevelopment project, and it wasn't developed as a city money-making project. And that is why these leases were developed as, basically no rent kind of leases. They weren't developed as agency with the plan that the agency would be making money from these leases. As we've spoken about many times, the rent was prepaid to the lessees prepaid the initial rent to the agency so that the agency could go out and fund the parking lot. And then there was the loan that was made for the $2 million so that the agency then could construct the parking lot structures. So it was never formulated so that these leases would be money-making ventures for the redevelopment agency. Classic redevelopment project, and very, really successful, and well known in the state as being very successful redevelopment projects. They were developed for the purpose of generating tax increment, and that tax increment was then taken and used for other purposes, for eliminating blight, for building affordable housing, right? That was the purpose. So then, and sorry to go on the soapbox, but then in 2012, when the redevelopment agency dissolved, and we then had these leases with another, at that time, 50 years to go. And the city didn't want to have to sell the underlying property. So in order to be able to convince the state to allow the underlying property to be transferred to the city, we needed to be able to convince the state that these were not assets of the city. They were not monetary assets of the city, but were encumbered with such financial obligations that the state would allow it to be transferred to the city. So that is that memo that Alan Coten produced, which established the fact that these are not assets of the city, but these were monetary obligations. On that basis, the state agreed to allow that property to be transferred to the city for the remaining terms of the leases on the basis that these are not assets, but these are obligations. Now, if that rule changes at this point and that deal with the state changes at this point, and the city starts to receive rent on this underlying property, we could very well have to go back with the state and renegotiate that deal. And at that point, we would probably have to, or we could have to start entering into agreements or sharing that lease, that property rent with taxing entities of the county. So what we have to do when our property is valuable, this redevelopment property has a value to it, we have to enter into a cooperation agreement with the county taxing entities. So the school district, the flood control, the vector control, all of those county agencies share in those profits. So because this property right now has no value, we don't have to share in that value with other county taxing entities. The minute that this property has a value, we could very well be required to renegotiate that deal with the state and start sharing that value with those county taxing entities. So, you know, that is why we're able to keep the property. That is why at this point, during this current term of the lease, we didn't negotiate a rent term in it at this point, and that is why we don't recommend that we do that.
Is that
Thank you.
A further on question, if I may, Madam Chair. Is that also the reason why the recommendation for the expunging of the $2 million loan and the accumulated interest is it doesn't start now, but is for later on at the end of the current lease?
Well, you know, that one is a little more tricky, but you know, we definitely think that loan needs to be expunged at the end. But because, you know, the fact that loan is only ever paid from the proceeds of participation rent, and there's never been any calculation that participation rent would ever become due under the current calculation. But there is, as Mr. Coton has, you know, calculated some outside thought that maybe at that point in time there could be participation rent owed at the end of the lease, you know, then it makes sense to go back and have that expunged at the end of the lease.
Okay.
But yes, that's right.
Commissioner Lodge, if it makes you feel any better, just to empathize with you, I have really struggled with this for days. It's and I so wish, which is what I was asking Ms. Connect to help me with offline, if there was any legal defense, not just legal, but really financial in terms of all these complicated considerations, any way to move up some type of a rent obligation, expunging or forgiveness of this 1989 loan. And it just seems, unfortunately, too complicated and too problematic to do before the end of this current lease, which is the year 2065. So as much as it pains me, this is where I'm coming out also, Commissioner Lodge. Were there any other, thank you. Okay, we're continuing on 10. Thoughts about number 10? Questions, concerns? I'm not seeing any hands up to talk further about it. And so when we talk about lease extension, just let's all be clear, we're talking about at the time the current lease expires in 2065, right? We're all understanding that. Okay, so we're all okay with number 10. Yes, 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 and yes. Okay, I'm not seeing Commissioner Higgins. Yes. Are you okay with that being in there as a supplemental finding? I couldn't read your facial expression, so I'm asking just for, I can't hear you either. Are you muted? You good to go with number 10? Okay, I see him nodding. Okay, Ms. Rydell, show that we're all good with number 10 as drafted. Commissioner Wiscombe.
Could we correct the spelling of extension, please?
Let's do that. Let's go back up. Now, is this a fungible document that Mr. Bolton can actually edit? You have to send it back to him in a form that's editable, I guess. Okay. Extension. Yeah, we'll do a spell check on everything before it goes back to council. Okay, number 11. Let's take a moment and read that. Everybody read it?
Yeah,
Thoughts, concerns?
I trust Commissioner Wiscombe's analysis.
Okay. I also have confidence in her analysis. Questions, comments? Otherwise, I'm just going to go for yes. Are we all okay with 11? Just nod your head and then I'll tell Ms. Rydell, nodding, nodding, nodding. Commissioner Higgins, okay. Ms. Rydell, please note that unanimous support for number 11 as a supplemental finding. Now we can go down to 12, 13, 14, and I think that's the end. The total number of the proposed findings. Is that right? 14? Yes. Okay, let's take a moment and read number 12. Questions, comments on this? Support, concern, anything? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. Let's go ahead and just nod, or if you want to raise your hand, and I'm going to tell Ms. Rydell. Commissioner Bonderson, thumbs up, nodding. Yes, yes.
I'm just
Yes,
reading
thumbs
it.
up. Okay, very good. Okay, I'm not seeing any opposition. I'll wait a moment. So Ms. Rydell, go ahead and document that as unanimous support for number 12 as a supplemental finding. Let's go to 13. Is there any?
I'll go along with it. I'm a little bit over my skis on it, but I'll go with it.
Okay. I'm wondering, Commissioner Wiscombe, and maybe this is for staff more than us, is there an importance in incorporating into 13 the actual proposed dollar figure that's in the development agreement, which is $100? Or does that not belong in this finding of, I'll call it a finding of deficiency?
Madam Chair, I think it references the section 3.1.6 maintenance requirements, and that goes through the $100 a day. So.
Okay. Okay. You know, before we, okay, I'm fine with 13. I just had a thought back on this term, and I apologize, I didn't ask staff earlier. Well, it has to do with not having no definition with measurable standards for this term, first class mall. And you know, since we're on this and we're almost nearing the conclusion of our work today, or close to it, I want to ask Ms. Connect if you could please come back, Ms. Connect. This term first class mall goes all the way back 30 years to the ground lease.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have had to read so many documents, and then it's a thread. It pulls through to other documents, and now we find the same term also undefined. 30 years later in a proposed development agreement. Do you have any thoughts for me, I guess, since I'm asking you this of you? Is it reasonable to define this? And I ask you, not only from what I just said, but I've talked to various commercial real estate experts in these last several weeks that we've been holding these hearings, and even try to look to some national standards. And it's a very subjective term, as I think Commissioner Wiscombe alluded to. I can't find any standards, even from specialists in the industry, yet it's in all of these underlying legal documents. What are we to do about that, in your opinion? And I also see Ms. Ostrander online. So, but first to you, Ms. Connect, because I asked for your time on this.
Thank you. And we have also looked for a more objective standard. And typically what we see, and I have to admit, I'm, not by any means a commercial real estate expert. And I guess in order to find a better definition, we would look further and probably consult with the commercial real estate industry to find a better, more objective definition. But what I have seen is they're comparable with, 500,000 square feet mall and, indoor, outdoor, what class of retail shops, mostly restaurant, mostly entertainment, that kind of thing, and how often they're renovated, that kind of specific standard. But other than, they all kind of use this first class of Southern California, first class of, geographic areas. I haven't seen anything more sort of definitive than that.
Okay. And then Ms. Ostringer, you're online. I want to seek your counsel as well, if you could.
I'm just going to, Chair Schwartz, excuse me. I was just going to mention that I think, I don't think we would want to define it in the findings. I think part of Vice Chair Wiscombe's point with this finding was that we've got liquidated damages that we're assessing to a first-class mall that we don't even necessarily know what that is. So how do you apply liquidated damages when you don't necessarily know if it's meeting a rather subjective standard?
Exactly. Yes. Maybe you can stay right there. Okay, that's fine. Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We talked earlier about, hold on, let me find it here. I'm sorry. Oh, here, it's number 6. The draft development agreement lacks objective and measurable performance standards to operate the leased premises as a first-class retail and commercial center. And if we're going to put in objective and measurable performance standards for that, then I think maybe we use the same term as a first-class retail and commercial center, and it will be defined by those objective and measurable performance standards in finding number 6.
So are you suggesting to bring forward into 13 some of that same language? Is that what I'm hearing?
Just maintain the premises to the designated first-class retail and commercial center standard. And that's referenced in the use covenant, and we've already decided that we should have objective and measurable performance standards there rather than list malls. So if we just use the same terminology here, then it's there are already measurable standards. I mean, if they're not picking up their trash and the mall is dirty, this is the maintenance part. If they're not picking up trash and the mall is dirty, we're going to suffer as a city because people aren't going to go and shop there. So, or people aren't going to visit, people aren't going to spend money there. So, and liquidated damages it's a very hard, I know it's a very hard legal defense, but I think that, we need to beef it up.
Okay, so does staff have, I'm in agreement, Commissioner Wiscombe, thank you for helping with that. Does staff have what Commissioner Wiscombe just suggested, and that was following my line of inquiry with our assistant city attorneys, that we're going to pull some of this language? Maybe Ms. DeBus could come on just to, let's look at the revised final language for 13, since we can't edit this online right now.
It would just be to maintain the premises to the designated, to maintain the premises as a first-class retail and commercial center standard, to a first-class retail and commercial center standard.
Okay, Ms. DeBus, did you get that? Can I ask you, please, and Ms. Connect as well? Could somebody just come online to confirm or turn your audio on? Ms. DeBus?
Yes, we've got that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ostringer, please.
Yes, could we get that in a straw poll?
Thank you very much. So, Ms. DeBus, could you just read that out loud? Then we'll ask Ms. Rydell to do the straw poll. read the full sentence, full revised finding, supplemental finding for us? Ms. DeBusk? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. So number 13 would read, the draft development agreement contains grossly inadequate daily liquidated damages for company's failure to maintain the premises to the designated first-class retail and commercial center standard. Reference page 15, etc.
Very good. Ms. Rydell, would you please do the voice vote on that straw poll for us, as Ms. DeBusk just read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin the voice straw poll. We'll start with Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the final proposed finding that we have before us, number 14, and let's read that and then we'll talk about it. Questions, comments, support, concern, anything? What are your thoughts? Okay, we have thumbs up, we have thumbs up. I'm just gonna ask staff, just by way of, maybe this is to misconnect. The word ever. So draft development agreement contains city profit participation clause that disadvantages the city's ability to ever participate. Is that language is there too much finality or certainty with that assertion? What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The participation clause is the way that it's ended up being negotiated, pretty much precludes the city from ever actually realizing any profit from the participation clause. So the way this finding is stated is pretty accurate.
Okay, that's good.
So I think what this is, I think that what this is suggesting is it's hopeful that we could renegotiate this if that's what we would come to, so that it has some more favorable terms.
Okay, so if the council asks you if this is accurate, you're comfortable saying yes, this statement. Okay, very good, thank you. So we've gone through Commissioner Wiscombe's proposed 1 through 14. We've taken some straw polls, made some revisions. Now, we have the opportunity, and I would like to conclude at 6:30, as we have been trying to do very diligently. Commissioner Wiscombe also prepared some draft recommendations. And so, Mr. Bolton, if you would please put those up. Do we need those emailed out to the commissioners? How many do we have, Commissioner Wiscombe? Let's see.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Connect.
I hate to interrupt again, but just a process point here that now your commission has voted unanimously to deny the development agreement, and you have adopted the findings from the resolution. And now before you also is a list of 14 supplemental findings that you're maybe about to take action on. And those supplemental findings are actually pretty detailed, and they actually do, I think, incorporate most, if not all, of Vice Chair Wiscombe's recommendations. So, it seems to me that if you adopted those supplemental findings, you would also be adopting the recommendations for those things that if the council went ahead and did decide to suggest to staff renegotiation of the DA or even starting over, that the council could look at the supplemental findings of the Planning Commission and know exactly what the Planning Commission felt would be needed to make this into a development agreement that the Planning Commission would want to accept. So I don't really know that at this point, going back now and adopting anything further, which is kind of contrary to now what you've already, the action you've already taken, especially if you now go further and adopt the supplemental findings, is really necessary. That's just my 2 cents on it.
While I'm pondering this, while we are pondering this, and then you and Ms. Ostranger are or have worked up some language to lead us into a vote on our supplemental findings. But before we do that, based upon what Ms. Connect just said, I'd like to come back to my colleagues. Well, really first to Commissioner Wiscombe out of respect to her. Since again, you authored this, do you see, Commissioner Wiscombe, in looking at your recommendations, are they all covered now in the findings, or should we revisit or look at some of the recommendations that are not in the findings list of 14?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. I think some of them are not in there, but I'm not looking at the 2 documents together. Recommendation that City Council encourage Pacific Retail and P&O to work with the City Council Subcommittee and other organizations and developers. Perhaps Mr. Bolton could put that up on the screen. That's, I think, the first one. And there's a reference in there which was rather disturbing, and the commission never really got an answer on it, and that was on the development agreement note without limitations that's in the pledged leasehold estate pledged for the $121.5 million loan.
Let's ask Mr. Bolton to put your recommendations up on the screen before we take any action. And the first one you mentioned starts out, I think you said the City Council encourage, right, Pacific Retail, right, P&O to work with the city subcommittee. That was the first one. Let's look at that. So let's look at that vis-a-vis the 14. I'm going to do a quick scan myself.
The reason why I made this recommendation, Madam Chair, is because P&O stated that they are partnering with the city and they consider themselves a partner with the city. And I don't think that the commission really saw that in our hearings that we had. So I think it's important that if there is some sort of development agreement brought forward in a future date, that they're encouraged to, we've got a lot of organizations, AIA, the City Council Subcommittee, which meets every other Monday, you know, with a goal of producing a balanced redevelopment plan. And I didn't get the impression they were a partner at that table.
Okay, so before we proceed, Ms. Connect, I'm sorry, I have to ask you to come back, but you've been so essential to us in helping us here. If we decide by majority vote that we want to incorporate or add some of these recommendations, and I don't know if we should call them findings or just leave them as recommendations. Do you have a suggestion for us, both process and otherwise, you know, legal, you and Ms. Ostranger? I'll just leave it to the two of you to, yes, Ms. Ostranger, you wanted to comment?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, from a procedural standpoint, whatever recommendations we go through, or if we were to go that route, they need to be available to the public. So we would have to do what we've done before and scroll through them so the public has access to them. And perhaps Kenda can up on the screen. Procedurally, if we're going to do this, I would recommend that we we do it in two separate motions where you move the findings, and then if you wanted to make a motion that if council decides to approve the DA, that it consider the following recommendations. It's a little awkward because
yes,
you've asked them to deny it, but that's how I would proceed.
Okay, I think that's an excellent, and Ms. Connect, are you comfortable with that procedure as well?
Definitely, that would work fine in two different actions.
Okay, let's do that because, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Connect.
No, I was just going to say, when you get to the second recommendation, I can chime in a little bit on that.
Okay, and we'll see how many of the recommendations the commission wants to include. So let's do this from what I've just heard. We're going to come back to the supplemental findings, the 14. We've revised some of them. We've taken straw polls on the revised language. There were unanimous votes on the revised language. Before I ask Ms. Rydell to, well, actually, we'll need a motion to approve, but
I'll make a motion to approve those supplemental findings, Madam Chair.
Now, thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe, Commissioner Higgins. Before I go to a second, I apologize. Ms. Ostranger has some language, introductory language for us as kind of a lead-in to these supplemental findings. She and Ms. Connect have been working on that offline. Are you at a point, Ms. Ostranger, where you could articulate that so that Ms. Rydell can put that into the record, and then that will allow us to move right into continuing with our motion and a vote?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, thank you. Because you've already made findings and denied the development agreement, we need to have a little bit more specific language as to what these findings are for and why we're adding them. So I would just suggest something that a motion to move the supplemental findings made move to supplement the findings made denying the development agreement with the 14 findings submitted by Vice Chair Wiscombe as amended by straw poll.
Second.
Okay, that was my.
Wait a minute, Commissioner Higgins, you made the motion. We're not going to have Ms. Ostranger make the motion. I'm sorry, that's not going to happen.
With the introductory runway by Commissioner Ostranger, no, I'll amend my motion to include the introductory remarks.
Okay, is that a promotion or something else? I don't know, for Ms. Ostranger, maybe not. Okay, we're back to, sorry, just a little bit of levity at 6 o'clock. Okay, so we have that introductory language that's a part of the motion. We have a motion made by Commissioner Higgins. Is there a second? Commissioner Bonderson seconded. Any discussion on that motion? No. Okay, Ms. Rydell, would you please take a voice vote on the motion, again, using the language that Ms. Ostranger provided, and that will need to be in the record along with everything else.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'll begin the voice vote. Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes.
Chair Schwartz?
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. So now we're going to go to our last vote, and it will be, well, we'll eventually vote. We're going to look at some recommendations. Mr. Bolton has them up on the screen. They're authored by Commissioner Wiscombe, and as we heard from Ms. Ostranger, they need to be made available to the public. I'll let staff determine how to do that. They're now in the public record. The first recommendation that we began discussing is this top one on the screen, correct, Commissioner Wiscombe? We started to discuss that, and you were expressing how you think it's important that this is not redundant with our findings, and you're asking the colleagues to see if there's support for this. So we're now looking at a list of recommendations which are further supplemental to our supplemental findings. Let's take a look at this language. Mr. Bolton, could you enlarge the first recommendation, please, for us?
So, Madam Chair, this is Ellen Kirkendo. I just want to let you know that Mr. Bolton had to leave the webinar. And so I am managing now, and you will see that I am not as good as Mr. Bolton. There's a reason. So be patient. I will try to zoom in and make it do this as speedily as possible. Thank you.
Okay. And also, this needs to be emailed out to the commissioners for those who want to read it on their screen. So either Ms. Kokinda or Mr. Busk, whoever, I guess it's Mr. Busk, could email this document to the full commission for those commissioners who want to view it on their computer screen rather than here via the GoToWebinar. Okay, so let's look at the first one. Again, this is going to be a separate vote. These are well, they're recommendations separate from our supplemental findings. And I'm going to let our two assistant city attorneys work out if we need other lead-in language for this when we go to making a motion. Okay, any questions, concerns, discussion? Commissioner Higgins on this one.
Well, I'll just say, generally speaking, I don't have the background that Commissioner Wiscombe has on the analytics or the business terms, and so I would be supportive of like a, you know, acknowledging or supporting her analysis and recommendations, but I don't know if I'm super comfortable with you know, all of these. They're very technical, and I just don't know if I have the background enough to feel comfortable to put my name on them personally, but I do support her work. I don't know if that's going to screw things up. I do.
Why don't we start with the first one? Let's just start with the first one, which doesn't have any financials in it. If we just go down the list, do you know how many recommendations there are just off the top of your head, Commissioner Wiscombe? I think it's not a long list.
Okay,
well, we'll just let's go through.
Yeah, that's fine. I have a hard stop at 6:30, by the way.
Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to add, some of these recommendations are already in the supplemental findings that we made. So
right.
I don't think that there's a lot of them. So
okay, let's do this then. Especially with Commissioner Higgins' hard stop at 6:30, and that was my goal. And Commissioner Wiscombe, I'm going to ask for your assistance because you're so familiar as the author. Can we move fairly swiftly? Could you identify, and we're going to just rely on you for this. Let's move right through the list of recommendations and for you to quickly identify for us, did we cover them in the findings? So I don't have to, or staff doesn't have to go back and forth between the two documents. And then we can zero in on the recommendations that are not already in our supplemental findings list and address those to see if there's a majority vote support.
Okay, well, one is not in our findings.
Okay. Anybody not comfortable with this first recommendation you see on the screen? I'm going to kind of start to pick up the pace here.
Actually,
were you going to say something?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we did do a finding that maybe covers it. I apologize. The draft development agreement lacks P&O specific retail's commitment and requirement to work with the downtown revitalization subcommittee and other interested and involved groups as a partner in developing an integrated plan to improve our downtown.
And what number is that, Commissioner Wiscombe? Because I want to see if it includes the reference to the Ortega building and Nordstrom.
No, but we do talk about that in that's in 2 that I just read. And finding number 4, the draft development agreement excludes the Ortega Macy's building and therefore raises questions about the company's commitment.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Nordstrom's. Here in 5 we do. The commission further finds that the Ortega building and Nordstrom building, if applicable, should be included in any redevelopment
Very good.
plan.
So it looks like we're covered. It looks like we're covered. We can keep Everybody just nod, and I don't need you to raise your hands. Okay, let's move on. We've covered that in a couple of findings. Let's go on to the second one. Ms. Kokinda, if you would scroll down, the one that starts that the city council direct Ms. Connect to pursue and identify referenced development agreement note without limitations as pledged. And let me just, by way of background, both Commissioner Wiscombe and I have pursued the question of this language, development agreement note, that is in the deed of trust and that we've not been able to get to the bottom of. And I think that our attorneys probably need to pursue this. And that's why we're asking the council, or if we all agree, we're asking the council to direct Ms. Connect to basically get to the bottom of this with some documentation. Ms. Connect?
Yeah, I would just like to clarify that, and we did ask PNO for clarification and to produce the document, if there was a document that referred to, and they were unable to produce it, and finally said it's the same document as was called the promissory note. And, you know, that led me to think on that a little bit. And what I realized is what I do believe it's referring to is the disposition and development agreement that was originally drafted in 1989. And when I look back at the promissory note, it does refer to the disposition and development agreement to which this $2 million note was attached. So I feel confident that I have actually run this to the ground sufficiently, but not the second part of this, which refers to the other representation here, a lot of direction on where we wanted to take the property. So the other quote from PNO.
It just is like, it seems to be a really high level of investigative accounting and legal accusation. It's pretty deep, too deep for me, but I won't get in the way of the majority here. It just is a little bit too deep.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please, Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shouldn't it say that the City Council direct the City Attorney's Office rather than name a specific attorney?
Well, let me ask you, Commissioner Lodge, based on what Ms. Connect just said, she feels she's, quote, run it to ground. If she's comfortable with her investigation and that there's no need to pursue our inquiry further, are we all okay with that? Do we? Yes. And I'm seeing Commissioner Wiscombe nod, thumbs up, thumbs up. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Lodge, that Ms. Connect is now comfortable with the information she's been able to acquire and that we're, quote, okay, as a city, we don't need to pursue this further?
She did say that the last part, query PNO for specifics on a lot of direction at that point.
I understand. Yeah. Personally, I'm happy to let it go. I think we have, quote, bigger fish to fry, but Ms. Ostringer, you've come online for us?
Yes, so is it my understanding that we want to remove this recommendation?
Commissioner Bonderson, I see you shaking your head. What? I can't hear you.
I wasn't responding to
anything. Oh, I see. You were shaking your head for something else. Okay. So it looks like the commission is comfortable removing this.
Could we just get a quick straw poll?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you for assisting us. Ms. Rydell, straw poll on removing this recommendation that begins with reading that City Council direct Ms. Connect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin the straw poll. We'll start with Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see if we can, we really need to pick up the pace. I don't want to lose Commissioner Higgins before we conclude a vote on a list of recommendations. Commissioner
Madam
Wisdom,
Chair.
could I ask you to assist us in moving swiftly?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've just been through them, and I think all of them are in our findings, our supplemental findings.
Okay.
These were kind of the lead up to and so I don't really see.
Okay.
The next one is expunging the $2 million loan. That's in there.
Yes, we've covered that. Yes.
We talked about we don't have a cost benefit analysis. And I think that's in our findings.
Yes.
And yeah, we've got that in there. City Council directs staff to develop and negotiate the inclusion of specific objective measurable criteria for a first-class retail center. We've done that. Recommendation that City Council directs staff to develop and negotiate inclusion of performance metrics that encourage support of these policies. That's the small business buy local policies. We've done that, and we've done the liquidated damages, and we've done the city participation clause, the home run clause. So
Okay.
that's it. I don't think we need any of these.
Okay, what about, let me come, Ms. Kokinda, could you scroll back to the very top of the document?
Oh, right.
We started with one that doesn't have any financials or any other legal technicality, so to speak. It was really a statement of encouragement. So let me just ask, do we need to do this? Do we need a vote that just is on this one recommendation? Or I don't want to offend Commissioner Wiscombe because you've spent so much time authoring all this. Should we just set this aside? Do we set this aside and just stick with our supplemental findings that we've already voted on, colleagues?
Yes.
What would you like to do? Just go ahead and speak up, whatever you'd like to do.
I would like to say something. May I?
Yes, please, Commissioner Bonderson.
I actually think that this recommendation, this statement, is very important to include. I don't know how it should be included, if it stands alone as a recommendation, or if you can word it a different way and make it a finding. But I do think that this is important to include, and I think it should follow all the work that's been done. It should not be left out.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Higgins, you have your hand raised.
I could try a motion. If nobody likes it, no big deal. But I move that the commission acknowledge, appreciate, and support Commissioner Wiscombe's extra effort in the form provided, and that be provided into the record as part of our deliberations and recommendations to the City Council for consideration.
And that's on this one recommendation, correct, Commissioner Higgins?
The whole form.
Oh, I see. Oh, you mean in general?
Yes.
That's
So
what you were speaking of in
record.
general.
It's part of the record. She did a lot of work. It's all excellent analysis, and it should be in the record, I think. So.
Okay, now before we go there, but we still have this question. So I heard from Commissioner Bonderson on this first recommendation, please. Do we want to just take a quick vote in including this going forward to the City Council? This first recommendation that we discussed. Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Madam Chair, I agree with Commissioner Bonderson because I think it's important, and we did see kind of a lack of partnership between the city and P&O, even though it was stated otherwise. So I would recommend that we include it and let staff figure out exactly where to put it in terms of it's going to be our draft minutes are going to be long. So we're just
let's do that.
Put it where they want.
Okay, so a standalone recommendation. So would you like to make the motion? Let's move this along. A motion and a second as a standalone recommendation to council.
I'd be happy to make that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, Bonderson, then Wisdom. Any discussion on supporting this one and only recommendation to go to council? Ms. Ostringer, you come online?
Excuse me. Yes, so 2 questions. I may want to suggest some lead-in language, and then I was trying to clarify whether, I mean, we had a motion on the floor by Commissioner Higgins, so I'm assuming that died for lack of a second.
Well, what I would like to do is I'd like to come back to Commissioner Higgins because we hadn't completed addressing this recommendation that's before us. So I will come back to Commissioner Higgins because I think that's a valuable and valiant motion. Okay, so I'm going to support it with that. So, but if we could, would you help us with lead-in language on this one recommendation, Ms. Ostringer?
Yeah, this is just a suggestion as possible lead-in language. I don't know that it'll make too much difference, but I would just say something along the lines that if the commission decides to approve the development agreement or renegotiate a new development agreement, that it consider the first recommendation made by Commissioner Wiscombe.
Okay, so I'm hoping Ms. DeBusk and Ms. Rydell, you have captured what Ms. Ostringer just offered. I think that's excellent lead-in language. So let's just assume that is our lead-in language. Commissioner Bonderson made the motion, Wiscombe seconded it. No additional discussion. I'm just looking for anybody's interest. Okay, Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on this motion to recommend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin the voice call vote. Vice Chair Wiscombe?
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Chair Schwartz?
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've concluded that. Now back to you, Commissioner Higgins. In 10 minutes before you have to vacate the premises, back to your other motion. Please, would you restate that? So I'd like to be supportive of that before you leave.
Okay, so we just we carved out the first item on this sheet. And so I guess I don't think we need to.
No, we're done.
Carve out the rest of them and group them. It's kind of awkward, but.
No, because Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Wiscombe confirmed for us all of the other recommendations in one form or another are already captured in our supplemental findings list. So Ms. Kokinda, would you please remove this up from the screen so we're not confused at this hour when it's the dinner hour or it's another hour, 5 o'clock somewhere. So back to you, Commissioner Higgins, on your other valiant motion that I wanted you to please express before you have to leave so we can take a vote on this other motion.
Okay, I'm sorry, I am distracted here.
This is the motion of appreciation for Commissioner Wiscombe, that motion.
Okay, I can, and it doesn't have to deal with these other technical because we've already dealt with them, right?
Nothing technical.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Okay. Teamwork. I want to, my motion is that we recognize Commissioner Wiscombe's extra work on this matter from a technical standpoint, and that it be provided to the council, and that we appreciate her hard work.
Excellent. Is there a second? Commissioner Escobedo seconding that. Okay. Yes, Commissioner, wait, no discussion by you. You're the honoree. What do you want to say, Commissioner Wiscombe?
I would wonder if a motion maker would amend the motion to include Chair Schwartz, and the seconder would do the same.
Sure, 100%.
Thank you.
I agree.
That's very generous of you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Okay, so that's the motion. I'm not going to even ask if there's a discussion on this motion. Okay, I'm going to use my discretion as chair. There is no discussion on this motion. Sorry, Ms. Ostringer, I had to just do that. Let's see, Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on this important motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin with Commissioner Higgins.
Amen.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes, with pleasure.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
We're all getting a little punch drunk here, I think. Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, and would someone please remove the document on our screen? We're not going to go back to recommendations. Let me just be definitive about that, okay, at this hour. Please, Ms. Kokinda, remove the document from the screen. So with that, that concludes this item. And in the few remaining moments, let's go to our final, excuse me, I have so many documents in front of me here.
Madam Chair.
Staff. Yes,
sorry to interrupt again. Did you just want to advise the applicant on the appeal procedures?
Yes, why don't we put that slide up? Thank you. Why don't we put that slide up? Who could do that? I know Mr. Bolton has had to leave. Maybe Ms. Connect, you could assist either Ms. DeBusk or Ms. Kokinda in putting the proper information up on the screen.
This is Mrs. Kokinda, and I am going to get it up on the screen ASAP.
Okay. So I guess this speaks to cross-training. We all need to be trained in one another's jobs. I'm thinking about this from my prior corporate days, how there was a strategic interest in everybody learning everybody else's jobs. And boy, don't we appreciate that right about now. And if it's easier, Ms. Kokinda, for a staff member to simply, oh, there we go. Is that it, Ms. Ostringer?
Chair Schwartz, the resolution 89-120.
That's what we need to go back to.
Yeah.
Okay.
F, so if we can just reference, if you want to just advise the applicants that they can appeal the decision pursuant to resolution 89-120. Section F.
Okay, and this is page 96 of 118 in our packet. I'm not going to ask Ms. Kokinda to try to get to that. When I don't know, Ms. Ostringer, if you need me to read this. This is F, appeal to City Council. I'll simply read it from our package, so I'm going to read it into the record. When the commission recommends disapproval of the development agreement, its action shall be final unless an appeal is made by the applicant to the City Council within 10 days from the date of mailing the notification of the disapproval to the applicant. Any appeal not filed within the 10-day period shall not be considered by the City Council. And again, this is in conjunction with resolution number 89-120. Does that suffice, Ms. Ostringer?
Chair Schwartz, yes, thank you.
Okay, very good. So we have concluded this item. And now in the few remaining minutes, and I guess Commissioner Higgins, since you do need to leave, do you have any reports from any liaison activities?
No,
hold on, we're not adjourning yet. Don't put that slide up yet.
No, Madam Chair, no updates on any potential appeals, and the next show hearing is canceled.
Okay, yes. Yes, thank you very much. I know you need to leave. Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. We'll just continue on. Commissioner Escobedo, any reports from liaison activities?
No, Madam Chair. We had a Water Vision SB meeting today during our hearing, so I had to miss it, but I'll follow up for just what happened during the meeting and come back.
That's too bad. We're going to be very interested to hear your reports on that. Commissioner Bonderson, any reports on liaison activities? No. Okay, good to go there. Commissioner Wiscombe, any reports for us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, last Friday we had a De La Guerra Plaza revitalization design committee meeting. We discussed lots of things. We made some more progress. We're anticipating 2 more meetings, one in November and one in December, and I'll announce the dates as we get closer. And then we hope to have a final concept done by then for available, and anyone is free to watch our meetings when we have them and participate in them. So, but we are making good progress. Thank you.
Oh, that's excellent news. Commissioner Lodge, any reports?
I don't have any today. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And I don't either. What we'll do then is just mention to the public to please follow our Planning Commission webpage for our next set of meetings. We do have some early October meetings in flux, so please check to see our agenda. And I just want to, it's almost 6:30. We're in under the wire for you, Commissioner Higgins, and for my own objectives, and concluding by 6:30. Enormous gratitude to all of you for all of your personal investment, your dedication, and outstanding service as Planning Commission. I'm just, again, so appreciative to be part of this team. And to staff, the many staff, Ms. Ostringer, Ms. Connect, especially Ms. Connect has been so available both during the hearings and outside the hearings. Greatly appreciate that. We could not have accomplished what we have today with such detailed documentation without Ms. Connect and of course all of the other supporting staff. So with that, our commission hearing is adjourned. Thank you so much. Be well. See you.